from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Man, we having a hellified day outside today here in Murfreesboro. It's snowing and it's icy outside. It's all over America. Before I get started in this live, I want to say I want to make sure that everybody stay home. Enjoy your day at home, man. If you ain't got to go to work, stay home. Watch TV. There's some damn good games coming on today. But before we start talking about the games, man, devastating news coming out of Minnesota, man. Devastating news. Border Patrol have unalived a citizen of Minneapolis. I got video right here for you. We're gonna play some video, man. Y'all come on in the room. Let's have a conversation. Let's be respectful. Let's share our thoughts and opinions. Let's go and get to it, y'all.
Epic. Let me show you what we've got.
Ain't doing too much, man. But we keep people in, no?
They knocked him off.
What you hear at the end of that appear to be gunshots. Senator Tina Smith has just posted another catastrophic shooting in Minneapolis by federal agents. We're gathering more information, but ICE must leave now so Minneapolis Police Department can secure the scene and do their job. Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty has posted, we're aware of reports of a federal agent having shot an individual in Minneapolis this morning. We are working with the BCA to coordinate a state response. Senator Amy Klobuchar has tweeted, there's been another shooting involving federal agents in Minneapolis. I'm working to get more information. I will update as soon as possible to the Trump administration and the Republicans in Congress who stood silent to get ICE out of our state now. I'm going to just grab the tweet from Tim Walz as well, who has said that he has spoken with the president and that ICE needs to get out of the state now. Alex Tabbitt was pointing out that typically after a shooting like this, they want to get law enforcement in. Okay, so let's just listen in. Something's going on here.
All hell finna break loose tonight. We got 7 people in the building. Welcome to the Neighborhood Superstar Podcast, y'all. Let's get in that chat. These folks done unalive another person up there, man.
Looks like he died damn near. It looks like he died instantly, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
He just went completely limp.
You see somebody being dragged away there. The shots you are hearing, you saw shots and then you immediately saw this tear gas. That is tear gas, that's not pepper spray. You're also, the loud sound suggests that it could be a combination of tear gas or flashbang range. You are seeing photographers. Officers tell people to get out of the way. Now you see, look right in front of you. Look at those are all raised. We do not know whether that's those are live fire weapons or tear gas, but you are hearing tear gas and flashbangs go off. I want to stay with this scene. You are watching this is going on in Minneapolis right now, about an hour and a bit after a reported shooting, which we just showed you video of. Let's just listen in. Protesters and the ICE officers or ICE or CBP officers, again, it's impossible to tell, and I'm sorry for that, but if ICE and CBP would actually wear uniforms, we would be able to tell you who they are. There are uniformed police in the area, where they may be Minneapolis State Police, they may be Minneapolis Police Department or Minnesota State Police. But at this point, there seems to be some ongoing confrontation between ICE officers and protesters. This is tear gas you're looking at. We did see the officers. Look at this. This guy has his gun out of his holster. We did see ICE officers or CBP officers with pepper spray in their hands. This is not pepper spray. We have heard explosions. Those are most likely tear gas or.
God bless that man and his family,
very,
man.
very loud, very bright images that are meant to sort of blind you and sort of take your hearing away for a few moments. They can be very, very dangerous. They can damage your hearing and sight permanently. But when you heard the shooting, you immediately saw smoke, which suggests that's tear gas. You heard people coughing, which again suggests that it's tear gas. This conversation is clearly not under control. It's not over. Again, these do not appear to be Minneapolis police or Minnesota State Police. These appear to be federal officers.
Gotta hit that like and subscribe button, man. We got 13 people. Let's get 13 likes.
Long guns on them. One we just saw moments ago pull out his
22 people. Let's get 22 likes, y'all. Hit that like button.
We are seeing these interactions go on. Alex Tabbitt is on the other side of this. And the way they've done this is they've split the scene. So if you're on one side of it, you're some distance from the other side of it. And it does look like ICE is having trouble getting control of the scene, which is not atypical because this isn't actually what they're trained to do under any circumstances. Remember, this is immigration and customs enforcement. This is not their work, and they seem to be having great difficulty getting this under control. They have protesters who are out there screaming for them to get out of Minneapolis. By the way, that is a view that is shared by Minneapolis police, by Minnesota state officials, by Tim Walsh, who has said, I've just spoken with
Y'all hear that?
after another horrific shooting by
Listen to what my man just said.
View that is shared by who are out there screaming, having great difficulty getting this under control. They have protesters who are out there screaming for them to get out of Minneapolis. By the way, that is a view that is shared by Minneapolis police, by Minnesota state officials.
Even the Minnesota police officers want ICE to get the fuck out of Minneapolis. That says a lot right there.
Minnesota has had it. This is sickening. The president must end
Even the police officers want them to get up out of there because they overtaking their boundaries.
Minnesota now. I read you.
They're not letting the police officers do their fucking job.
From the Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty. This is a developing situation. We're going to stay on this now for a little while.
Call of Duty. So cool, huh?
Take a shot.
It just pulled up that way. Fucking idiot. Look at that. Stealing up this.
Lipkin said, if any of us had loved ones going to protest, we would want them to stop, right? We want to stop them, right? These folks,
Okay, I've got new news now. The police chief, the Minnesota police chief, has told the Minneapolis Star Tribune that the person who was shot has died.
damn.
Another officer involved federal agent shooting in Minneapolis, in which someone has
Rest in
died.
peace,
We don't
man.
know what led to that
Rest
shooting.
in peace, man.
Which I will show you again in a few moments. It's just we have a pretty dynamic situation here, so I wanted to stay on it. You've got federal officers and protesters.
These folks don't unalive another person up
You
there.
can see various images of them. Some of them have long guns. Many of those long guns that you saw being shot are canister weapons. In other words, they've got tear gas in them or flashbangs. You can see pepper spray, but now police are moving toward the crowd.
Let's go see if they riding out there. But you got to be bonkers to go out to these standing in front line like it's your only purpose. And it's a lot of women. What you think about shout out to Numpkin, what you think about the women being out there?
Or other, and the state AGs and ACLU are collecting reports of rights violations. You can access these resources on the city's virtual resource center at minneapolismn.gov/ICE. Please share this information with your neighbors. We have help and we want you to be able to access that.
Why do all of you say unalive instead killed? This guy brought a gun to a protest, fought agents, ignored commands, and went for his gun on the ground before they shot him.
What I've seen here is what I've seen there. A powerful entity violently and intentionally terrorizing people, making them afraid to go outside so they can't earn a living, so that kids are forced out of school. This has a lasting generational impact. People can't plan a single day of their lives because they don't know who is around the corner, and if
there's certain words you can't say on YouTube.
In these times, you see both the best and the worst. The worst is the terror.
Shout out to Julie Therapy said if you don't stand for justice, you lose everything. That's true.
The way we are showing up for each other, that is in the absolute worst of times. We're showing up for each other in the absolute worst of times.
Island Girl said,
thank you.
Not FBA business. Hey, this could be us next. Foundational Black Americans, this is our business. We could be next. You better go get your fucking birth certificate and all that stuff. So when they stop you, you can show proof. Fuck the driver's license.
And the police chief, and who's that at the end there? And then we have Rachel Sayre, director of emergency management for Hennepin County. Trying to explain the reason.
It's finna go down up there in Minnesota tonight, y'all. Watch to see what I tell you. Watch to see what I tell you. Wait, mark my word. It's gonna be some. Here it is right here.
He's a healer, a helper. That's how he is described. We also were told by the police chief that they quickly looked into his record, and they said what we found was a few traffic citations. That's what they said as far as that, and they said he had a lawful permit to carry a weapon. Something Governor Wallace brought up in his press conference too, right? So we know that there are people mourning. We know there are some of you watching who know Alex right now, and we will continue to try and figure out more about his life, as we have so many questions in this moment.
We want to go to our Caroline Cummings, who is at the State Operations Center. And Caroline, we were discussing earlier about the scene and what we've learned about what happened to you. Asked that question in the press conference. Just give some of your additional thoughts.
Right, so yeah, we just heard from the governor and his public safety commissioner, Bob Jacobson, and it comes as the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension sent a post on social media just minutes before that press conference where they said, quote, our agents and crime scene personnel attempted to access the location but were blocked by DHS personnel at the scene. Now, you heard me, as you mentioned, ask Bob Jacobson about that. To what extent is the state involved in any investigation, right? Why does that matter? Because there was a lot of contention between the state and the feds over the Renee Good shooting investigation. The BCA said that they were blocked from accessing evidence in that case. Multiple public officials, including the governor, asked the federal government to reassess that position, to let them have access to that evidence in the Renee Good shooting. So I asked that question of Commissioner Jacobson. He said the BCA was on the ground, but he was kind of...
He was an ICU nurse?
Where he said, federal law enforcement left. They were then BCA and other federal...
Dave, is that what they say? He was a nurse?
And it was kind of a chaotic scene. They had to make it more secure. So again, we know that the BCA says that the agents at the crime scene were attempting to access that location, and then they were blocked by DHS. That's according to
I've been
the
a
BCA's
CU nurse that
and
was
also,
killed this morning. Has nobody to blame but
heard from the
himself.
governor where he said he spoke to the White House this morning. Now, it's unclear if he spoke
So
to
he was a
the
nurse.
directly
Fuck.
or if he spoke to his staff, but he said in, quote, no uncertain terms that he believes that the federal government can not be trusted in this investigation, which, as we noted earlier on this broadcast, there are community members who are seeing these videos go out there, then they hear what DHS is saying moments after it happened, and there is some distrust there. And the governor is saying, the federal government can't be trusted in this. Another point that's important is that Bob Jacobson, the public safety commissioner, told protesters to be peaceful, act peacefully, calls for calm.
How they gonna be peaceful after some shit like that? After witnessing something like that?
He called for calm and asked for the situation to be peaceful, guys.
Okay. Thank you so much, Caroline Cummings, who was there and saw Governor Wolf speak and asked that very important question. They got some very important information about the scene and how people basically had to flee it because of safety, including law enforcement.
Yeah, those are great follow-ups, like how would you do the investigation if you weren't able to be there and process things, so.
Right.
Which we don't know right
We'll be
now.
asking.
Yeah.
Lots of questions right there.
But we do know the governor definitely would want the state to handle it. He said that, and like Carolyn said, he said feds can't be trusted. So here's some of what Governor Walz said earlier. He was live about 1:30 this afternoon.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. And look, I speaking to the people of Minnesota right now, I hear that scream from you, and I'll continue to plead and ask you for peace.
Remember,
I know the answer is...
Remember, this the motherfucker who unleashed ICE on the folks. After he said he wasn't going to deploy them, and he was pissed off that Trump sent them there, and then he sent them out there on his own volition.
That we've witnessed over this last week coming out of the White House and what it's doing here. My confidence is, and I say it to Minnesotans, as I said, exercise your First Amendment rights, speak out, bear witness and document legally. But I understand the risk in that. And I understand...
Why did you tell the folks to come back out there then, man?
Thank God we have video. Because according to DHS, these 7 heroic guys took an onslaught of a battalion against them or something. It's nonsense, people. It is nonsense and it's lies. So my confidence is this, Minnesotans. You know who you are, and you demonstrate it every single day, and we damn sure know who these people are. The American public knows, and this needs to be the event that says enough.
Okay. Well, knowing now that the the officials left the scene pretty quickly. It's going to be witnesses that will be giving a lot of the information you would imagine in this investigation.
And with all the things that have happened since the start of this operation, you know, there's a rush to judgment. And we should point out that there are people on both sides of this issue
Absolutely.
that are making a determination based on the little bit of evidence that we've seen thus far.
Yes, and this is a snapshot of an event unfolding. So we do not know what happened before or after.
Now, this is the newer video that we got a short time ago from another angle.
That came from the Associated Press right there. And we know that there were a lot of people rolling their cameras at that time. We imagine more videos will be coming in too. And then hearing from those people is going to be so key.
Speaking of hearing from people, Caroline Cummings just letting us know that we do expect to hear from the BCA again, probably within a half hour, maybe a little bit longer than that. So that will be another agency that we will hear from, which will be interesting because, as we know with the Renee Good situation, the BCA saying we were completely locked out of that investigation.
Yeah.
Yeah, as opposed to this one saying we tried and we were trying to get evidence and information around this, 26th Nicollet area, but because there was so much chaos and so many people that they were forced, for lack of a better word, to leave that area. So.
Yes, and our Esme Murphy earlier this morning when she was with the chief, she asked the question, have you been in contact? And the chief said he got some information from DHS, so that suggested there was some communication between federal and local at that time.
Let's get to Connor White at the Whipple Federal Building. What's happening out there, Connor?
They're coming to us.
Yeah, we're with you right now.
Frank, you might be able to hear behind me, the anger is only building as we continue to see some movement from law enforcement on the other side of these barricades. We're going to try to give you a look here. It looks like some of that movement has calmed down, but you could be able to see through the fence here. That is a command center that was set up by the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office. That was somewhat recent because it used to be just federal agents who were standing guard here, who were confronting protesters. But then there was about a change about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, where sheriff's deputies started coming in and started doing that kind of security for the building. We're now starting to see more and more different kinds.
You heard he unalived himself, Numpkin? I doubt it. I doubt if he unalived himself.
Understand that the National Guard, the sheriff has put in a request for them to come in and be able to relieve them of their duties here at Whipple so that they're able to go and perform their other law enforcement duties elsewhere in the county that might be general work.
Oh, it was a joke. That's not a cool joke, man. This is serious.
As the scene continues to develop in some way, where the shooting actually happened this morning near 26th and Nicollet. This crowd behind me only continuing to build. And in addition to all of the anger, we're also seeing people showing up with hats, gloves, scarves, hand warmers, coffee, as people know that they are going to be out here in these -degree temperatures, Frank, for some time.
Connor, I've been there.
They're going to be out there all night.
I don't know if you have, but so this might be a tough question, but during the week, there's a lot of federal vehicles coming and going from Whipple, turning into that gate through that secure area. Is it that active right now? Because
they have lost you there, so I'm not hearing any communication from you, so they have to throw it back to you guys if you're trying to talk to me.
Okay.
Okay.
That's right.
Thank
yeah,
you so
I was
much,
just curious about that because during the week there's so many, and this thing happened at 9 o'clock this morning. I know you've got 3,000 ICE agents. It's a lot of manpower, person power you can do and go wherever.
Even the police officers. That's why I haven't been seeing any police officers out there with ICE.
I'm surprised
because they pissed off they there.
They're out trying to find someone to do that. So
Did look like the crowd
maybe it's
was
a
growing there.
24/7, 7-day-a-week operation. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Similar to what we've seen in South Minneapolis is, even though we've heard, including from Mayor Fry and from Minneapolis Police Chief.
So, Numpkin, you believe that if you don't vote, you shouldn't have a voice? You can't speak your mind?
To go to those areas, but clearly,
If you don't vote, that's what you believe, Numpkin?
And no real legal presence there from our reporters on the ground.
Yeah.
It seems that these crowds are only growing larger.
So if I don't vote,
continue to do so into the night,
which I do
people
vote,
that our reporters are talking to down there.
And you
Sure.
guys
But if I don't
so
vote,
quickly. I mean, this whole morning
then-
we were here on the anchor desk.
My voice shouldn't be heard.
Law enforcement, you know,
Well, I'm gonna tell you something, Duncan. I'm a veteran, and I fought for people to have a right to vote, and I also fought for people to not to vote if they choose to. That's what I serve my country for. I just want to let you know that.
Peace. So we definitely had that message interspersed with his passion and frustration.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's any reason for, again, unless there's some destruction of property or for law enforcement, local at this point would be that, or state patrol to get involved and try to break this up. It just, I don't think, I don't know what advantage they would gain. Granted, it's an inconvenience for some folks who live down there.
I appreciate the respect.
Other than that, what can be gained by going in and trying to.
I appreciate the respect,
especially if they're again.
But to say if a person don't vote, they should keep their mouth closed. That's very un-American.
Letting people go inside to get warm from time to time, which we should point out that many of our reporters and photojournalists are doing as they've been out there for hours and hours.
Rest in peace, man.
Taking breaks due to this extreme cold, and we know that some of the protesters are doing the same. They're filing in and out of buildings where they're welcome, letting them warm up for a little bit, maybe get something to eat or drink before going back outside.
We've seen a lot of those examples of the community every time this happens, right?
Yeah.
Like, Adam mentioned people bringing hats and gloves and hand warmers. Folks like these businesses going, hey, come on in, have a cup of coffee, warm up, whatever you do, which is really just a complete 360 from this video.
Yeah, I agree with you on that statement right there. I can't stand people who don't respect other people's opinions and they try to harm them for not having the same opinion. I agree with you on that one.
Tear gas and pepper balls, but it was chaotic and it was really tense for several hours today. At 9:05, we heard that Alex Preddy, we didn't know his name then, but Alex Preddy was shot and killed by ICE agents, and then it just kept snowballing with more and more people coming down and more confrontations with police to the point where BCA investigators.
Yeah, I heard about Iran. They kicking up dust over there too.
Actually gather evidence.
The whole world is kicking up dust, fighting against their government.
Yeah, they're dramatically different. Yeah, it's a big.
The whole world.
Hundreds, maybe thousands.
People are continuing to gather. Connor said that people more and more are coming to Whipple right now, right?
Yeah, well, that site might become, where Mr. Pretty lost his life, kind of where, like Renee Good did, where people are literally on vigil and on mourning, and people from around the country are heading there to see that. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that and ask those questions.
We had Alex's photo up earlier. If we can pull that up again, we just want to keep being.
Y'all hit that like button, man. Hit that like button.
And that we do know it was the 30.
And subscribe to the Neighborhood Superstar Podcast. Appreciate you guys checking out the show, man.
For the VA, and actually this photo is courtesy of the VA. So this is someone who obviously we're going to learn a lot more about from not only the family who has confirmed his death, but his co-workers, family members, those who loved him in the days that come.
Yes, we will keep that central to our coverage for sure.
Just looking. Yeah, let's go to Adam Dunkster, who's been on the ground throughout the morning. And Adam, give us a sense of maybe how some of the vibe has really changed there over the last couple of hours.
Yeah, hi Derek and company. A relief, I would say, for many here after hours of a tense standoff between federal agents and state patrol and conservation officers. Now we've heard cheering, we've heard clapping, we've heard that and everything else here. And the one thing we have heard from people here is that they don't plan to go anywhere anytime soon. We've seen just about every intersection as you go every direction at this intersection as you go barricaded. But I want to talk to one person here. Why? You have
5,000 dead over in Iran. That's crazy.
Period of time. How would you describe just the way as a Minneapolis resident that you're feeling right now?
Can I describe it not as a Minneapolis resident, but as an American citizen? Thank you. This started as a pretext about immigration and the fraud, whatever. It's well beyond that now. It's into your Second Amendment. It's in your Fourth Amendment. It's in your Sixth Amendment. This is so far beyond what people at home probably are watching going, oh, it's Minneapolis, it's woke off, it doesn't affect me, whatever. It does. It's you. It's you as well now. Wake up. Please watch what's happening
It's
here.
us.
I feel
It could
like
be you next.
CPR and what may already be
It could be all 9 of these people who's watching the Name of Superstar podcast right now.
Try hard, but I think it's worth it, and I hope you do too.
Well, you were saying to me earlier that you were HOA president for a while.
Yeah, I'm the Square community, man. I like built real estate document search portal sites for Wells Fargo. I am the Square community. Like, yeah.
But you were HOA president Frank and Nick. So this community to happen here, for this to happen here at this intersection.
Bro, I watch them all, man. I watch them all and I create my own opinion.
I assume it's Christine Ohm's provocation. She saw how much this city hates her clowns, hates her scarecrows, and said, you know, we'll double down. We'll put the boot a little bit harder on the throat.
How long will you stay out here?
Some balls get cold.
Till his balls get cold, he said.
I want this crowd to see. Thank you. You're one of over 1,000 people. I know we had the chopper out here earlier, but this crowd has no intention of going anywhere here at 26th and Nicollet. And you hear people with cowbells, you hear people banging on drums, you hear people banging on tables. But really, the one thing, as we've talked to many people in this crowd that we hear over and over again, is that they have no intention now of leaving this intersection. We saw it, obviously, when George Floyd was murdered in 2020. You still see the memorial as you drive through George Floyd Square. We saw it the day that Nicole Good was shot and killed just over 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, as the immediate response when the scene was clear was to set up barricades and essentially...
Numpkin, where you from, bro?
As they're here, claim the space for themselves.
Everybody in the chat room, let me know where you from. Glenn Levy, where you from?
In every direction. There's over 1,000 people here. They're packed in super tight, but many people we've talked to...
Numpkin, you from New Mexico? Glenn Levy from Canada. Numpkin, are you of Mexican descent? Are you a Mexican, Numpkin? With all due respect?
For a long time today, it was a standoff. It was what's going to happen next. It was deploying chemical irritants and chemical agents. That has stopped. You have seen now anger, frustration, but also people saying they're coming.
Say you a mutt. Just yes or no. Are you a Mexican or no? Yes or no?
Earlier, just a few moments ago, there was a woman up.
Since you're from New Mexico.
On top of one of those tables.
The reason why I'm asking, because if you are Mexican, do you have any fear of this happening to you, your friends, or your family members?
Talk to her for a moment, and she talked back and forth. Hey, why are you here?
ICE just kidnapped a bunch of Indians, and they don't even know where the Indians at. So this could be very much you and your family, bro.
I've been here for 2 days. She said, I'm an activist in LA. And she said 2 days ago I came to Minnesota because she said, I knew I had to be here. I think one thing that can't get lost on us in saying that is there are so many people here, whether it's media members or people who have come that are not from Minnesota or not from Minneapolis, but essentially have made what's happening here the cause that they want to champion, that they want
You
to
think why you sound like Cedric? I don't know who Cedric is.
People say, yeah, I'm from Los Angeles, and I just had to be here because once again, almost 6 years later, it is.
Shout out to Lisa. She said, I'm Latin and not afraid of ICE. That's what's up. Why I sound like Cedric the Entertainer?
In the United States. And I think that as the crowd is kind of silent now,
I ain't never heard that.
even see that continue more. People coming in from all over the country because this is where the conflict is. And it's been where the conflict has been now for 6+ weeks.
Shout out to Cedric the Entertainer. I fuck with old Ced.
And people who have been maybe watching on their TV or seeing it on their social media say,
Alicia, where you from?
do anything. I have to come. I have to be here, and I have to join forces with the people here who are on the ground. So, just a truly unique scene.
Have you or your family been fucked with
Make no mistake about
by
that.
ICE?
But the crowd here just says
Are you prepared? Since you say you Latin, I certainly hope you are, baby girl.
Local and state law
Be safe out there in the
enforcement are
streets.
back outside of the perimeter so that they could be called if there was any need for public safety there. Are you able to see that at all, or have you heard that at all, that they're just staying back at this point and allowing this to go on as long as it stays peaceful there?
Derek, one thing to that point, I mean, that's the first I'm hearing of it in the crowd.
Yeah, I am country. Born and raised in Mississippi. Country boy.
That doesn't mean that the situation's not being monitored. Last Saturday, we were at Minneapolis City Hall, where, someone parted from what we saw on January 6th came and they
Glenn Levy said, I like the USA and support Trump. The Americans don't know how lucky they are to have Trump. I hope he get Greenland too. And you from Canada. How do you feel about him trying to make Canada the 51st state? How do you feel about that, Glenn? Since you like Trump. He wanted to buy your country.
He's gonna take it over next.
He wanted to take over your country. How you feel about that? And you still like him? Come on, man. Shout out to the 38 people that's watching the Neighborhood Superstar podcast, man. Y'all hit that subscribe and like button. Tell a friend.
We've seen that happen over the course of the last few weeks where the second law enforcement leaves.
I don't understand how you like Trump, but he tried to take over your country.
Should law enforcement come back in, that can start right back up. And I really do think that.
But you like Trump. Well, I tell you, boy. Y'all people, man. So y'all, are you MAGA? You a Canadian MAGA?
Looks like we're losing Adams.
He said, "Do you want, baby? You know who Carney is? Who is Carney? Is he somebody up in Canada, Canadian prime minister, or whatever?"
I don't know who the new prime minister is.
Carney, I guess it must be.
His name is Mark.
Mark Carney. Is it Mark? Is his name Mark Carney? Glenn. He said he a traitors. I think go watch the 2016 AI Smith dinner video. Trump explains exactly when the media and politicians started hating him.
Ideas or take out on what's going on. So
Lots of different voices, yes. And for people who don't know what the BCA is, we know people are watching us around the country. It's kind of like the state police. So we'll get the state perspective, then we'll get Christy Noakes' perspective.
Shout out to Wood Wage. I agree with you.
Been out there most of today.
It's about humiliation and death. I agree with you.
A little calmer. What's it feeling like?
That's why, Susan Elizabeth, we feel like it's good to give you this perspective.
Lack of humility. Lack of humility is what Trump have. What these guys have.
Probably between 9:30 and 10 a.m. And this is where everything really began. At this intersection behind us, but as you see, I'll actually step out so Ray can kind of show you the perspective we're looking at. I believe, guys, and correct me if I'm wrong later, but that Adam is in that area, which is 26 in Nicolette. But right there, you have that wall of kind of, it looks like dumpsters and big recycle bins that community members kind of use to block off. We don't have any law enforcement right here in this area, but as I'm looking south, if you're familiar where I am, I'm looking south at Morgan Street, 28th in Nicolette, and there is a big police line and also Minneapolis police vehicles back there that seem like they're just kind of blocking out the area and kind of boxing in where everybody is, so cars aren't roaming around, although I do see some going west and east. I'm going to bring us to a man right here, Mike. He just got here. Mike, you said you lived in South Minneapolis. You were yelling some words as you walked up the street. And I want to ask you, you came out here today on a day that is negative temperatures. Why?
Well, I'm a lifelong South Minneapolis resident. I support the police. I support the military. I love South Minneapolis. And today, this could have just as easily been me that got shot.
Why? Why so?
Because I'm a Minnesota permit carrier. I love donuts. I could have been in the donut shop. I would have came out and I probably would have filmed ICE because I don't think what they're doing is right. And so I had to come down here and see the spot. And I just can't believe that they shot him in cold blood.
As a Minnesotan, seeing
Somebody
everybody
hurry,
out
get the hell out of
here
there.
today, you said that you were also out on these streets during 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I rode my bike down here after they killed George Floyd. And
I agree with you, Woodway. Nothing will stop this until it stops itself.
And I just pray that everybody stays vigilant, but also peaceful, because I don't want to see this happen in the city again. Call in the National Guard, keep things quiet, but get ICE out of here. I don't think ICE belongs here. I've never had a problem in South Minneapolis with immigrants. They feed me, they roof my house.
See?
I just don't get it. 3,000 of them? I don't get it. That's why I'm here.
Can I give you a hug, man?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yep. See?
That's something easily that we can agree on.
I'll go see the spot and
See now?
figure out what my next move is.
You take care of yourself, and that's what's most important today. Okay, thank you very much.
He gave that man he asked man, can he give him a hug? The reporter asked the man, can I give you a hug? That's what's up, man. See, that's what we need. We need love. Appreciate that love. Continue to send that love, y'all.
Up here, but I do want to show you guys because we were out here earlier when chemical irritants were deployed.
Paid protesters. Y'all,
Right now you can see
who is
it's
this?
a little calmer, and that's just where we are right
Cliff,
now.
you really think there's some paid protesters out there?
Earlier, that whole
How the fuck do you pay?
was down.
Where you get the job at then?
You know, 2026 as social media works.
Where do you get the job to sign up for to be a paid protester?
People pouring all around.
Since you know that there's paid protesters out there.
We found on the ground, and that's a rubber bullet right there. Just one of the tools that has been used. My photojournalist Ray's just asked me to back up right there. Is that good, Ray? Can you see that right there? Yeah. So that's just a rubber bullet on the ground. We are seeing just like different canisters being used and stuff. We were here when at this intersection right here, irritants were first deployed. Like the very first time they were deployed at this intersection, and that was after a protester threw snow.
Shout out to Mike. He said you can apply on D last time I checked.
Oh, damn.
Oh, that's fucking funny. Shout out to Mike. I'll check again though. Yeah, Mike, go and check and let me know.
He's gotta be playing.
Well, hi there, Derek. So yes, we are going to hear from Superintendent Drew Evans of the BCA. This comes after the BCA said earlier that the agents were blocked from accessing the scene by DHS. We did hear from...
We got 50 people checking out the Neighborhood Superstar Podcast, y'all. Y'all hit that like button.
Didn't go into so much detail about the investigation, but did say that, you know, when the agents did arrive at the scene...
1,400 views, almost 1,500 views. Been on right now for 43 minutes. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate the love.
There were not enough resources there with all of the commotion and the protesters around. So we should hear from Superintendent of the BCA there and in the next 15 minutes more about the BCA's process and what comes next. Of course, in the past, with the Renee Good shooting, there was a point of contention between the state and the federal authorities. The state said that they were not allowed to access evidence in that investigation. They implored the federal government to reconsider so they could do their own investigation. At this time, BCA is not investigating that incident, and we will soon know what comes next for if and how BCA is investigating this shooting today, guys. I apologize. I might have lost you in my ear there, but hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah, we heard it all. Thank you, Caroline. We'll look forward to that.
Appreciate you, man, dog.
At 3 o'clock. So we'll get more information, be able to ask questions.
Appreciate you, man. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button before you get up out of here, man, dog.
And he put this out on X earlier today. This was before we had the press conference with Davina. He said the governor and local leaders' rhetoric has empowered criminals and put federal law enforcement lives at risk. It's dangerous and has made the situation in Minneapolis much worse. Unlike my Democrat colleagues, I'm going to let law enforcement conduct their investigation and not jump to asinine conclusions. We are grateful no Border Patrol officers were harmed. So that is another perspective we got right there from Republican leadership from the
So
state.
fuck the citizens. As long as the patrol, as long as the border patrol people don't get hurt. Ain't that a bitch? Vote his ass out of office.
There are obviously so many questions. There's obviously going to be more pieces of video because we are getting them by the minute and going over them, leading up to this incident this morning where a federal agent shot this 37-year-old man, Alex Preddy.
It's interesting they say that, but we've already seen like 3 instances of rush to judgment by either appointed or local officials. So it's strange times because there's such a disconnect on what people are saying.
What about an office for saying protect ICE? Protect the citizens.
Focused on the victim here, of course.
What happened to what's up with the citizens?
We know that this is, I say the person who died, we don't know what happened leading up to it. We know that federal officers say this person showed a gun. We are told by Minneapolis police chief that this was a lawful carrier. We're also told that Alex is an ICU nurse. You can see right there, it looks like, just like you predicted, Frank, that there's a memorial popping up to remember Alex. And it looks like mourners standing right there where he lost his life, which is the center of people's interest today all around the country. People trying to figure out what happened in this case. But you can see the crowd is gathering. And, we saw so much mourning for Renee. It looks like the mourning has started here again. Something we are waiting for. More answers.
I agree with you, Brian Dykstra. He said you already know citizens ain't shit. You're right. Not in America.
Then we're going to hear from Christine Nome. So we'll have to see again.
We got 75 people checking out the Neighborhood Superstar podcast, y'all. We got 8 people that like it. Let's hit that like button, y'all. We got 9 people, y'all. Let's make it 10. Let's make it 10, y'all. All I want is just one more right now. There you go. I got 11. There you go. Appreciate you.
If you're not familiar with the area too, that we're
Get 15.
Can we get 15? Can we get 15, y'all? Feel like I'm at a... There we go, goddamn. We got 15. 78 people check out the Neighborhood Superstar podcast, and we get love.
A lot of restaurants, as you can see from our map, really close to downtown Minneapolis. It's located in South Minneapolis.
Just a couple of miles from.
Clay said, "I don't have to agree with you to give you a like. We're all Americans." Well, I hope you gave me a like, man. See, on the Neighborhood Superstar podcast, man, you can share your thoughts and opinions in the chat room. But the only thing I want you to do is just be respectful, man. Yeah, please share your thoughts and opinions. That's what I fought for for this country. When I fought for this country, man, I fought for you to have your own voice.
Throughout the day, around the country and around the world through CBS News' app, as we're once again sort of the center of this ongoing ICE activity that's not only happening here in Minnesota, but in other states across the country.
Warren said he want to join ICE. I'll be damned.
Yes.
Ground zero right now.
There's a big sound, though.
Video, a lot of people have seen too. We've been playing that over and over. It sounds like
I'll be damned. Somebody put the phone number in there. 1-866 DHS2 ICE hotline. Please call if you believe illegals are in your community. Ain't that a bitch?
Well, no, I'm not doing it. I ain't saying shit.
What are you looking for as far as answers right now?
Well, I think obviously we need answers, but I do think that Frank has made an important point here is that in their statements, obviously everybody's emotional. I think local leaders...
This motherfucker said, I turned in 14 so far. Ain't that a bitch?
...that could be construed as judgment. And I think the situation here is incredible.
How much they give you per person?
This has been going on for way longer before Renee Good was shot and killed. These ICE agents have been on the ground since before Christmas, and these scenes have been going on a much smaller scale throughout the city and also throughout the region, and St. Paul as well. So this has been going on for weeks.
Motherfucker said, I already got over 100 deported. I'm just getting started.
Oh, come on. That's got to be a joke. And you're doing it for free. That's messed up.
There are other statements coming from, different sides or very different. The other thing that's happening, and folks have just done an amazing job here,
these
you know,
there
on the anchor deck
streets.
and the field reporters, I mean, amazing work. There's another war that's developing, and that's online, and you can look at some of X.
Keeping it at 73, I ain't gonna turn it down or turn it up.
Just turned it up, 75.
You probably did.
Who blasted the statement that Amy Klobuchar put out on her X account, which seems, you know, I basically said ICE get out, but was a very statement, you know, aimed at promoting peace. But I think this is a really, really tough
You
situation.
come out here, you're gonna hear that.
And it would be, I think what really needs to happen is that somebody, hopefully maybe the president, the governor can start talking to each other, because what we have now, as I think Frank pointed out earlier, is a situation that can be construed different ways by different sides.
Yeah, Esme, you know, I bring it up because I just don't see an exit ramp with the way both sides are talking. I mean, at some, you know, there's very little give, and if anything, I think some of this rhetoric has almost been accelerated.
Right. You know, Frank, I think you're right. I think you have a very good point. I think what we saw yesterday, you didn't see Tim Walz yesterday. You didn't see Mayor Fry. You saw just a clip of Senator Klobuchar and Senator Smith at a worship service at Temple Israel. But I think this is, the rhetoric has been amped up now on both sides. I don't think you can dispute that. And I think the rhetoric that's on social media has been amped up. It's being played out on social media and news channels that are, you know, have certain points of view. It's a really tough situation, and people are watching this. I mean, obviously, a lot of people are watching us, and we thank them and we appreciate them for being with us. But there are a lot of people around the country and also here who are looking at social media. Social media is a mess right now, and I just think it's going to be a very tough situation. One can only hope that people will remain calm in obviously what's a very difficult time.
The only thing that I saw some agreement from both sides is, you know, when J.D. Vance, I've seen him say from D.C., and I saw him imply it here from Minneapolis on Thursday, said, hey, there's an election coming up, and if you don't like what we're doing, go to the election booth, don't take it out on the federal agents. And today the governor said, hey, if this continues, the Republicans, who we threw in, can't find their spine, said they're going to lose an election in a midterm. But other than an election, which sadly doesn't get us all the way until November, I just don't know where that exits. But I thought it was interesting, Esme, that there was a point of agreement between both of them, is that you're going to have a chance to vote on whether you like the method.
That's true, but Frank, as you mentioned, it's going to have to happen before. I think bringing up J.D. Vance and his visit here to the Twin Cities is an important point, because if you really looked carefully at what Vance said, it was different than what he said right after Renee Good was shot. He came here really saying that the president wants to bring the temperature down. He also said, you know, initially after Renee Good was killed, he said the ICE agent had absolute immunity. He said, you know, when he was here, no one has absolute immunity. They're breaking the law. I mean, he was clearly trying to bring the temperature down, and I think he took a lot of questions. It wasn't just one or two questions. He took questions from local reporters, which I think is very important. I've been at some of these news conferences with Greg Babina where they only talk to national people, and the local people are getting tense. And it's really, this is us. This is our home. This is our crisis. And, you know, local people do need to ask the questions, but I think I can only really hope and pray that somebody steps up here and becomes the adult in the room and tries.
You said January 6th was not
Has he reached out to the president or the vice president or the mayor? I mean, is there at least some basic communication?
Well, the governor said in his statement, I was listening to it, that he had spoken to the White House chief of staff, that is Susie Wiles, who is, you know, that is as close as you can get to President Trump. Obviously, the tensions and relationship between President Trump and elected officials here is not good. But I think yesterday, after the Vance visit, yesterday, you saw the top Democrats really step out of the spotlight, and I think that was a definitive effort to try and tone everything down. And now we have this, and it's right.
I agree with you, Brian.
Higher than it was before. before. This is also, I've been looking at some of the national.
Nobody should have been
This
part
is
from January
every
6th.
story on every newspaper around the country. There's a massive snowstorm for half of the United States that's really kind of shutting down the entire southern United States. This is the thing that people are talking about. So I think
Appreciate your time, Eagles.
But something needs to be done before the election, Frank. You're absolutely right. That's just too far away.
Appreciate you coming back, checking your boy out, man. Neighborhood Superstar Podcast, man. I remember you. Appreciate you, bro. Coming back visiting your boy.
Esme, what sort of information might we hear from BCA Superintendent Drew Evans in the next few minutes?
Well, I can't say what they will definitively say. I do know what law enforcement, Minnesota law enforcement, has been doing, and they have been going over all these videos that you've been showing on the air, and people can see these videos for themselves. And they've been going through, looking at them kind of frame by frame, looking very carefully at each scene. I did talk to one person high up in law enforcement, and they told me that they have not been able to see a gun in the hand of Alex Preddy. Now,
Cassie, what kind of oath you took? Were you in the military?
Everything. But that's one thing that they are looking at. And I think that they are, the BCA is determined to try and sort this out. Now, when they had the news conference with the mayor and the chief at 11:30, the chief said that the BCA was on the scene then. So the BCA was on the scene collecting evidence. But increasing, it's these remarkable videos that we've gotten from everybody on the street. This is everybody's news right now, and they're putting these videos up. Here's the BCA story.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Drew Evans, and I am the superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. The public in the state of Minnesota expects that when a person is killed in one of our communities, an independent, thorough, and transparent investigation is conducted into that incident to fully understand what occurred when any law enforcement authority is involved in a deadly force encounter. Minnesotans not only expect this, but they deserve this. That's what our BCA Force Investigations Unit does. For years now, our independent unit has investigated the majority of use of deadly force incidents in our state.
You sound broken saying melt ice. That's funny.
And it's common practice across the United States. That includes incidents involving federal officers.
Cassie, you said you took an oath. What kind of oath did you take?
Occurred in the city of Minneapolis and across our state, not only in recent months, but in recent years. Our highly trained, independent team of investigators, crime scene personnel, are experts at conducting these types of investigations. This is all they do. We do not make decisions about guilt or innocent, but we compile the facts of the incident for review by proper prosecutorial authorities, both at the state and federal levels. This morning, I was in contact with the Minneapolis Police Department after the incident that you're all familiar with now, and requested our Force Investigations Unit
That lady's back.
respond to the scene and conduct such an independent investigation as we have in other
She must have done it
incidents
right.
in the city of Minneapolis. What occurred was our team responded to the scene, and I was in contact with federal authorities to inform them that that was going to occur and that we were responding to the scene in Minneapolis. When our team arrived, they were blocked by federal agents with the Department of Homeland Security from access.
Timo said, bro, they got masks, no badge, no ID, it's shady. If masked men were around your house, I would be protecting you, oath or not. That shit is crazy. I agree with you.
Yeah, the way he made that sound, yeah, of course.
Our team also secured a search warrant for the scene, which is an unusual move in a public area like that, but we did that attempting to have judicial approval to enter the scene to gather evidence.
I agree with you, Cassie. Nobody cares about the kids. We got 500,000 kids go missing in America every year. Nobody cares.
So there's actively 300,000 right now. That's a lot.
On all types of cases. That's true in other high-profile incidents that you've seen and officer-involved shootings, and that remains the case that we do and will be going forward.
Oh.
They're excellent partners to us as an organization. But unfortunately, in these recent events, others outside of the state are making decisions that that does not occur. So we will continue to investigate this case and others that we have recently been
Release the
involved
Clinton
with,
files,
but I
Johan
believe
said.
we're
No
best
shit.
to state that it will be difficult to obtain all of the evidence and information.
Should they be in jail for not fucking coming to testify?
I think they just got Hillary yesterday for contempt. I don't know if they're going to jail or not, of course.
Homeland Security investigation into this matter.
That's a female. That's not a dude. He said he's throwing gang signs. That's a female.
That's a female.
As the FBI gathered information and conducted crime scene
Ben said I miss Obama and Biden, where we didn't have untrained armed men in our streets. They say Obama did it the right way.
Oh, gas went down 2 cents today at Dodge's.
The state and local police that were on scene from the beginning of this, providing protection.
Obama was the last great president we had, man.
Agents trying to allow us to do our work.
Broad and Church. Oh, AutoZone. McDonald's. Okay.
With protesters in the area, and we were not able to re-examine that scene.
If y'all agree with me that Obama was the last great president we had, put 1. If you disagree with me, put 2.
Additional information provided to our team going forward, then we'll continue a full investigation to the best of our ability with what we have, and we will do that as we always have.
If y'all think Trump is the best president ever.
Yeah, we got quite a few tools already. Shit. No ones? Ain't nobody gonna say he was a great president? There you go.
Hit 3 for Trump.
Fuck that.
Hit 3 for Trump.
Bullshit.
It's been a long-standing.
Trump is the reason why we're seeing this shit right now.
Thank you very much.
Bullshit.
We'll get a bunch of 3s.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Look at all these 3s. There you go. Appreciate you, Ty. Ty gonna come through for his boy on the one side of the game.
There certainly can be a new process going forward if the federal government would like to do that and federal agencies, but that has not been a discussion that's been had so that we can provide clear understanding to understand what that process will be. And so we will continue to investigate this case.
Jayla said JFK was our best. They took him out.
Continue to ask that we provided access to any information that's necessary to do a complete investigation. And that we want to work together.
Probably would have took Bush out if he wouldn't have complied with the 9/11 thing that they wanted to do, and they did.
This is how I feel. Regardless of the video that you see. And the only way to really truly understand what occurred is to have a full investigation of the matter so that we can really understand what we all see.
Damn, it's all the way down to D's Arnett.
That is often incredibly
The
complex
cameras.
and requires a very thorough and large investigation to really understand what occurs in those very few moments that we often see. We'll continue to pursue partnerships with our federal partners in these investigations and others going forward, as it's clear to us and it's clear to all of us in Minnesota that we at the state and local level have an expectation when something happens in our communities that an investigation not only is done by our federal partners, but also by state and locals into various incidents as we see them. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and our Force Investigations Unit is committed to continuing to work on these sorts of incidents and conduct those independent investigations at the request of our local partners. Whenever that happens, Minnesotans deserve that so that they can fully understand what occurred in each and every one of these incidents, so they can really have an understanding of what occurred each time something happens in our communities. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
So to be clear, you said you got a signed warrant to gain access and you're still denied by federal agents?
Yes, that's accurate. The question was, we had a signed warrant and we were still denied access to the scene. That's accurate, correct.
How important is that? And have you had any contact? You said you understand DHS is leaving now. Have you had contact since then? And is there any reason to believe that there is now a new way forward?
Yeah, the question was, have I had any contact since it's my understanding DHS is running this investigation? I attempted to contact the individual that I was told was the overall commander at the scene, and I have not received a call back from them. We will continue to work together to gather that, make that contact, and understand their process, but we have not.
Start noticing any lights flickering, let me know immediately, will you? You better start feeling that bad.
We were not able to do really any work at the scene once we had access because it was quickly overrun and overtaken. That being
Cassie,
said,
what branch of the military were you in?
gathering information, gathering various video, and we'll continue to do that work. You saw in the recent shooting in North Minneapolis, if and when it's proven we need to, we can always return at a different time if there's relevant evidence at the scene.
Do you know the identity of the federal agents who were involved in the shooting?
The question is, do we know the identity of the federal agents involved in the shooting? Not only on this case, but the other two that have happened, the federal entity, Department of Homeland Security in particular, does not provide us that information. They have not provided us that information in this case as well.
Who's this guy? I've seen him before. George Floyd, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah. So the question is, how do we ensure a thorough investigation if we weren't provided access to the information? It's complicated. You know, that's why
a lot of people got a back and forth between Cassie and Timo.
Federal entities conduct their own investigation is really important. And we have a long-established process of doing that, and we welcome that now, where we welcome parallel investigations where they share information with us. And
No scum.
will share everything we obtain in our investigation with them. To say that we can do this in the manner that our team normally does, which is a very strict and established protocol, that obviously is disrupted. When we don't have access to the crime scene, we don't have the ability to map the scenes that we normally would.
You want to put a trash bag over the windshield?
So it will be compromised in some level of getting all of that. The hope is that we'll use all the different tools available to take different paths and do the best that we can with the information that we do have.
Preemptively knowing that it's denied, and then secondly, can you share what agents were holding on the scene by DHS as the reason that they were not?
I don't respect ICE doing their job. Not how they doing their job.
So the question was about the warrant and then access to the
Even the local police officers don't respect them and won't them up out of there.
We were denied access to the scene. So we thought that we'd be able to get access to the scene much like we would anywhere else by having an independent judge agree that we have probable cause to investigate the incident at the scene. That was, it provided the information to the Department of Homeland Security, and they said that this was a scene and matter being investigated by the federal government, and they would not allow us physical access to the scene. That's accurate. We were denied after we provided information we had a warrant.
Has local law enforcement lost the ability to pursue the rule of law against these federal officers? I'm trying to understand, what does that mean for this operation?
Yeah, the question was about has local law enforcement lost the ability for the rule of law. I will tell you that I and other law enforcement leaders continue to have discussions about this. It is important for people to understand just across Minnesota that there are two different, sets of legal entities in the United States that conduct law enforcement operations: state and local, and federal, and then tribal and territorial. And normally, and under normal circumstances, we work hand in hand in partnership.
That makes sense, Timo. He said, how much you think you got to pay someone to walk up to 7 ICE officers and get shot and unalived? Was that guy on the payroll? That's a very good question right there. And I like the sarcasm behind it. Shout out to Timo. I like that. Because where can you sign up to be on ICE if you can pay for it? I mean, it'll be an agitator or instigator or whatever. Get the hell out of here.
Minnesota to be safe in our homes and communities each and every day, but importantly, so that we aren't in a position where there is, a standoff between local, state, and federal law enforcement authorities. We have a long history of working together in partnership, and we need to keep in mind that we're all safer, we're all better together when we can do that collectively together.
One more before I end, and one more after that.
Very briefly, before we service, are you able to confirm you guys that the was shot and then also confirm the whereabouts of the officers who were involved?
The questions that can I confirm confirm the identity. I'm aware of what's being reported. That's who we believe the individual to be, but the medical examiner will be the one to officially identify them, or at least provide us permission to do that. The second part of the question was, do we know the location of the officers involved? And the answer is, I do not know.
Did somebody say Indeed? It's on Indeed like a motherfucker.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'll be damned.
Look.
Paid protesters. I'll be damned.
On Reddit?
Not in my.
I'll be damned, y'all. It is on fucking Indeed.
And a situation like that.
It's even on. It got its own Wikipedia page here. Paid protesters.
You can sign up to be a paid protester from on Indeed.
I'm gonna open it up and check
Get the
it out.
fuck out of here.
How to start a career as an activist.
In instances where there's really
Where can I get paid to protest?
jurisdiction over a matter, I'm not aware of an instance.
Somebody said Google Andrew Johnson in Florida and tell me who is Andrew Johnson.
All right, Drew Evans there giving us an update from the perspective of the Minnesota PCA.
Let's talk about Andrew Johnson. David, who is Andrew Johnson?
He was independent and transparent in asking for a seat at the table after, for the first time in his experience in over 20 years, that
He
the
preceded
entities
Abraham
at the federal
Lincoln.
level are not working with
Who?
those at the state and local level in these
Andrew Johnson.
investigations.
It's stunning. He said they had a warrant because they.
They said something about,
figured that
we can
would
talk
help.
about
Last
Andrew
time
Johnson.
they
Does
did,
anybody
and they
know
had
who
a
he is?
warrant that they presented.
Down in Florida. What happened to him? Who is he?
To go in there.
Yeah, no access.
Yeah, he said they actually completed no work at the scene, so they have
Oh,
nothing.
a president?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm sitting here looking up to see.
I'm
if
thinking
some-
y'all talking about somebody or something that happened to somebody down there in Florida, man. Shit, you talking about
That's what I thought too, but I knew there was a president, but
Heard or seen of anything like that where they X out the agency that is involved and primarily in investigating.
That was too long ago.
assault shootings in this state.
Yeah, this is really concerning, Frank. This is situation and the relationship, if it, whatever it exists, it sounds like it's completely deteriorated. I mean, I think one thing you need to look at is where this happened.
And-
This happened on a public street.
Yeah, because I don't remember any other way else.
This is a public street in a very busy area of Minneapolis, and the Minnesota BCA is being blocked from the investigation. Then when they come back with a warrant, they are blocked again. I think this is as Drew Evans said, this is uncharted territory, and I think it's one that's very difficult. Now, I just learned that there is going to be a news conference.
If y'all hit that like button and that, if y'all hit that like and subscribe button, give me a thumbs up, y'all.
Perhaps they can do the bridge.
Give me a thumbs up if y'all hit that subscribe and like
Who
button.
can talk to the Trump administration.
Let's get them numbers up.
The language on the two sides.
and we had an Andrew Johnson and an Andrew Jackson as president.
But we all know Andrew Jackson. I ain't never heard no Andrew Johnson.
Yeah, Cassie said she thinks it was Jackson, not Johnson, but yeah, there was one of each.
Never happened before, and in fact, Drew Evans, the head of the BCA, just said, if you're creating a new system for investigating officer-involved shootings, we need to know, because this is completely unprecedented. So it's pretty grave, and I just hope that cooler heads can prevail in light of this.
Right.
That's really extraordinary.
Esme, typically at the very least, would a parallel investigation simply be allowed, even if there wasn't a lot of inner workings between the state and the feds? At least normally, would there be a parallel investigation happening throughout?
Absolutely.
With that equal access?
Absolutely, and I think it certainly happened in George Floyd. I mean, that was definitely the case. It certainly happened in the horror of the Annunciation shooting. That happened. You know, there were federal investigators, there were state investigators. They worked together, and I think Sister Elizabeth brought up a point.
Talk about it, David.
Spend the first minute thanking each other.
We obviously don't know what you're talking about. Talk about it. What's going on with Andrew Johnson in Florida?
Communicating at any level, the fact that some conclusions are being drawn very quickly, just as they were in the Renee Good situation, is very, very concerning.
Oh, it's somebody that Donald Trump parted from the January 6th. Shit, okay.
Hear what Senator Klobuchar has to say.
I heard something. I've been hearing something about him parting a couple of folks a couple of days ago. So that's one of the motherfuckers
I
then.
know, but I think she's running for governor because so many people have come to her and said the state is in
Andrew
desperate
Jackson
need of
Morgan
new leadership and a calm
Jr.
new voice and a new chapter. So We'll see, but I'm going to be heading to that news conference here in just a minute. It's down
Oh,
at
you
City
getting
Hall.
high?
It's
No, he's got a cold.
Yeah, I got a cold. I got a cold. Yeah, I got sick yesterday, man. Nah, I ain't getting high.
So I wonder if this is intentional.
Yeah, you do keep sniffing.
Who
like
said
it.
that? Are you getting high?
It's up there
Stop
somewhere.
sniffing lies. What the fuck?
Right.
Journals, we usually don't have
Who said, are you getting high? Are you getting high? One cologne?
different places. Much more of a concerted effort, especially in these big cases, right?
No.
Right, absolutely. There's much more coordination. There's obviously no coordination.
If you couldn't, Cassie said, if you couldn't lines, you should share. No, I ain't fucking with no shit like that, man.
No.
Nah, I just got a cold. Bad time to get cold, man. It's fucking snowing outside like a motherfucker, y'all.
There is that kind of respect due, and I think there will be that kind of respect due. It'll be interesting to know, to see what happens. I mean, and also, these people know each other. Governor Walz knows Kristi Noem. They were governors together. Certainly, Senator Klobuchar knows all of these players.
So Kristi Noem was a governor?
It'd be great to know that they were coming together at some point, but we'll see. Tune in, folks, and see which news conference you see around 4 o'clock here, because we'll have them all.
We'll have them all. We'll have them all. I also want to show some pictures we had earlier of the person who lost their life here, Alex. I don't know if you guys showed these, but we got to see him as a biker, and we're sort of getting more information in on his life. We know that he's a 37-year-old, and I think that
Rest in
everyone's
peace, man.
probably
Look at him.
wondering, is there going to be a fair investigation from every angle of what unfolded? And I'm sure many people, knowing him as an ICU nurse, with the VA, wanting to know what happened to his life, and as we saw just moments ago, there's many, many more questions than answers, and a lot of questions if there ever will be answers.
There's a memorial of one organization's plan at 7 o'clock at the site where he lost his life, and then another plan for earlier in Whittier Park. So people are already kind of rallying and talking about
So
this.
that'll be at 26th and Nicollet, right? The
Generally,
7
yeah.
o'clock, okay.
We do have, before we go to Frank, I just want to read this that we received a short time ago.
To get to that, because but I think Esme's on. This is almost ironic. But
Yeah, the Minnesota
Oh,
Governor's
sorry.
Caucus has sent us a statement. We do want to share it with you. It says in part, despite widespread
You have to get me some of
speculation
that dinner.
regarding the intent,
We ain't
there has
heard
been
Donald
no
Trump
evidence
speak yet.
indicating an
What just
intent
happened today?
to harm the
Yeah,
officers.
well, he should have been saying something about an hour. He should have said something an hour.
By both state
Hour
and federal
ago.
authorities. Every peaceable Minnesotan has the right to keep and bear arms.
Talking about Alex Purdy right
Yes.
there. Yes, so they are saying they do not have any sense of intent.
Well, I mean, I think the more interesting thing about that is that, this group some people vilify it because post-denunciation shooting, they came out so strongly against any kind of other
They can't get a butt pregnant.
measures that would be banning weapons. And this is a group that's actually saying, hey, let's not, this is the only group I've heard today that says, let's not jump to conclusions. So
Frankie McLister has been covering the protests, at times the clashes that we've seen throughout the day. Obviously, we've seen things sort of shift as the day has gone on there, Frankie.
Yeah, hey there, Derek, and I want to say thank you guys for holding down the fort in there. We appreciate it. I'll get out of the picture right here so our photojournalist Ray Compass can show you what's going on at the intersection of 26th and Nicollet. So if you're aware of the area, and honestly, if you're just tuning in from outside of Minneapolis and across the world, we're right south of downtown. And earlier you guys saw the picture, we're right south of our studios too. It's a big, large gathering happening right here. You can hear some kind of banging sounds. The community has put together this kind of like barricade around the intersection. You see folks on top of roofs. You see a lot of big, massive dumpsters and recycle bins, and that kind of is where you're hearing those sounds, people using the dumpsters and such as to make noise. And actually there is somebody that brought a speaker, and they've been kind of rotating out people that are on top of those dumpsters and speaking. You can kind of see it. We're going to walk over there in just a second, but before I do so, Ray and I, my photojournalist, we've been here since when the news broke, guys, like 9:30, 10 a.m. hour. Right here earlier, we had some images and some photos of a dumpster that was on fire. We're standing right here on 26th Street. If you're aware of the well-known restaurant Luna and the Bear, there were a lot of federal authorities and Minnesota State Patrol that were moving west down exactly where you're looking at right now. And so the crowds are
I agree with you,
more and more. You can kind of
Black
see the
Knight
aftermath
60.
of the dumpster fire. The dumpster is no longer here.
The Great Reset is happening. I agree with you.
It's a good one.
That's a damn good one. I agree with you all over the world.
You can see Minneapolis police vehicles all the way down there, just kind of on the outskirts. So that seems to be where they are present and just monitoring the situation and kind of like blocking off these streets. But what we'll do here is we'll give you a closer up perspective.
What news you watch then, Juan? So she say CNN, NBC, and CBS is some bullshit. Which one you watch?
Continues to be freezing out here. It's in the negatives. And this is not stopping Minnesotans from coming out here. We have people that have told me they have traveled from near and far the second that they saw the video circulating, and that has what brought them out here. Let's kind of walk through this crowd. I'm going to get a little quieter to kind of maybe pay attention to hear what they are chanting out there. Excuse me, sir. And see kind of what's going on. Let's try and get as close as we can. Excuse me if you guys don't mind. We're just going to move our way on through here. But there is no law enforcement in here, I want to reiterate. And it's
don't see a police at all.
Out of the frame, so Ray can kind of show you right up there what's going on. You might see some profanity on signs and maybe hear it too. So I
want to say Fox,
just give you a fair warning.
Fox News, huh?
As I listen in,
Somebody said Fox News. It wasn't one. So you fuck with Fox News?
Let me see if. Okay, so that just seems like a community member right there speaking out against with the backpack right there that says abolish ICE. Do you guys mind if I ask you what brought you out here and where you traveled from?
We are local Minnesotans, and we are mad that our city is under occupation. We're mad that our children are getting kidnapped. We're mad that our people are getting murdered.
Yep.
ICE is creating a massive problem here. They are the violence in this city.
How long have you been out here?
Born and raised.
And you've been out here on the street right now for how long?
So we just got
What brought you out here about an hour ago? What was that trigger moment to you that said I need to get up off of my couch on this cold day and come out to the intersection where the incident occurred?
Right away. I mean, I had a breakdown this morning because this is now the second time this has happened. We're seeing our neighbors getting abducted off the street and treated horribly. Even if you have to make arrests, like, this is not the way to do it. So getting the news that someone else has now been killed, immediately we were like, we need to go out. We need to do something. We have to,
Good patriot citizens right there.
You know, it was supposed to be really cold.
How long would you all say you plan to be out here?
until we get too cold.
Which takes a really long time for Minnesotans, if it even happens, right?
Oh, yeah, I've got my whole bag packed full of hand warmers and toe warmers. I'm good to go.
Yeah, she said she born and raised up there, so she good.
For your time, stay safe. That's what's most important. Okay. They said that they had hand warmers in the car. We'll move out just because it's a little loud. But there have been people just going around with boxes of hand warmers too. We've seen people deal out hand warmers behind me. There we go. We've seen boxes of hand warmers be given out to crowds, guys. We've seen people with pizzas right here.
People just taking care of them.
This is what the community has created, and this was built here kind of over time. I'm just going to let it breathe so you can kind of see the scene here real quick. So right there, they're chanting, "No more Minnesota nice," because the feeling in the air is very tense. People are saying they are fed up. And as you saw earlier, there are even folks on top of roofs right here. We're in the Eat Street neighborhood. A lot of just legendary restaurants, a very cultural hub for our city. And we're seeing people of all types. Minnesotans that have lived here forever, Minnesotans that just moved here months ago. Some even tell me, and this is a common theme that I've been covering Operation Metro Surge, that they have never protested in their whole life, and they feel the need that when they see incidents such as today's to get up off their couch and come here. Guys?
Sound like good American citizens to me.
When I think Ray, I mean, for people watching watching in other parts of the country, the temperature has not gotten above zero today in Minnesota. So they're out there in some elements. Shows the passion, right?
Absolutely.
Caroline Cummings is going to join us now, and it's really interesting. Caroline was with us early this morning when this first broke, and one of her first questions in the newsroom was the BCA, the state police here in Minnesota, allowed to be part of the investigation? We got a lot of those questions answered. Caroline, a lot of information came out of that press conference.
Yeah, that's right. We just heard from Superintendent Drew Evans of the BCA, and he described what the BCA had posted publicly earlier, which is that
well,
the
my
BCA
chat on Fireboy, they talking shit.
They were told by DHS that they were not allowed to access that scene. But the new information that we just learned
yeah, I got the sniffles too, man.
That they go to the scene, they're denied access to the scene. This is according to Superintendent
I started
Evans.
feeling fucked up last night.
Judicial warrant, like a judge finding probable cause that they have the right to access that scene. They go again, and then they are denied again. And just for some context here, never say never, right? There's a long history in this state, but it is definitely fair to say that taking such a step, seeking a warrant to access a scene in a public place in the city is pretty rare. So we learned that new information. And then as for what's next, Drew Evans said they are still going forward with an investigation. That's a little bit of a departure from what they said post Renee Good shooting, which you may recall that the state was denied access to that scene at that time. And the BCA said, we're not going to have enough evidence to do a proper, fair, and full investigation here. So we have...
Brian said he just got over a 2-week cold myself, yeah. Himself.
2 weeks?
2 weeks, goddammit.
It's not going to be easy to do an investigation unless he gets full cooperation with the feds on this.
In this case, you're on day 2 of a long journey.
Hell yeah, shit. Knock on wood. Hopefully I don't.
Oh, shit. Thanks.
Oh, shit. Me knocking on wood. Fucking shit up.
Minneapolis Police Department, after the incident that you're all familiar with now, and requested our Force Investigations Unit respond to the scene and conduct such an independent investigation as we have in other...
Yeah, I agree with you, Delta. Insurrection Act coming along with the curfew. I totally agree with that. I didn't think about that, especially the curfew side of the game.
To inform them that that was going to occur and that we were responding to the scene in Minneapolis. When our team arrived, they were blocked by federal agents with...
Cassie said Trump just need to hit me up. What you gonna do, Cassie? What you gonna do?
What's his name?
We're in contact with the FBI.
Trump just need to hit me up.
She's probably got a lot of things to say in his ear.
Gather evidence to understand what occurred and work through this process. Our team also secured a search warrant for the scene, which is an unusual move in a public area like that. But we did that attempting to have judicial approval to enter this scene to gather evidence. We were once again blocked by federal authorities to go in and do that scene examination.
I'm a soldier. I'm a soldier. Soldier. On a battlefield I ride. And I want it, dead or alive. It's that old Master P right there. I grew up thinking he created the song, but when I got older, it was who sang that song?
Bon Jovi.
Bon Jovi.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Master P came out with some shit. I'm a soldier, on a battlefield I ride. And I want it, dead or alive.
Well, he didn't really change much if that's the damn case. He stole that.
Hey, well, I don't know if he stole it or not. I just thought when I was a teenager, I thought he made it up. I ain't know about no damn Bon Jovi.
Not the FBI leading that at this point in time.
So you heard there from Superintendent Drew Evans kind of laying the land of what happened earlier today, arriving to the
Appreciate your service, infantry soldier. Appreciate your service, homeboy. I'm a Navy sailor, man. Appreciate your service. Please believe that.
And of course, as I mentioned, pretty rare to seek such a warrant at all to access this scene. But you
please believe that.
The long-standing collaboration between state authorities and federal authorities when it comes to investigations. Evans also spoke about how any incident involving an officer firing a gun, an officer-involved shooting, is a very complex case, and that's why you hear him emphasize the importance of getting access to all of the evidence in order to do such an
From one bit
investigation.
to another.
All going
Appreciate you.
forward with an investigation at this time, but again, they have been denied access to the scene so far, at least in starting to collect that evidence. So we will continue to monitor and see if we get any updates from them about to what extent they are allowed to access that evidence. You heard from the governor and the Department of Public Safety chief.
Casey, you talking to me?
Jacobson, and now Drew Evans emphasizing that they would like to be a part
I'm
of
from
that
Murfreesboro. I'm in
investigation.
Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
I just lost you, so
30 minutes outside of Nashville.
back to you guys at the desk there.
Yeah, can you not hear us? Can you hear us or no? Oh, that's a shame. She cannot. Okay. Yeah, it's admirable that they want to move forward doing it, but as he said, it's going to be complicated. But there was a question that he was asked from a reporter, and he said, our investigation will be compromised. So, you just, you appreciate the fact they're trying.
Oh, my bad. So he was talking to somebody else, Tent Mountain Man. Okay, my bad.
Compromised, but to hear an investigation.
Ready for the storm shit. We got the storm going on right now.
Give you a lot of faith that they can do the kind of investigation that they
Yeah, we're prepared. As long as you keep that thing plugged up, we'll be good to go if the electric goes out. Otherwise, you'll be bored.
And let's be clear, he pointed out that previously the federal government has been an excellent partner in any investigations that they work collaboratively on, and saying we need to find some path forward. Someone needs to do something to stop this standoff that is now happening between federal entities and state entities.
Yeah. And that being said, too, we'll ask when we get it, but maybe if they get enough citizen video, maybe if they get enough eyewitness testimony, maybe they can piece something together.
I was a quartermaster
that's a great question.
in the Navy.
Someone poses to Christy Nome. She's supposed to be speaking at 4 o'clock. I'm
4
not sure
o'clock,
if she's
right.
in the nation's capital or where she is, but at 4 o'clock we're supposed to hear from her. The other
I'll have to go out there and sweep the first part of this.
Senator Smith and Senator Klobuchar are also supposed to speak
Officers
over
will turn
the
straight
report.
ice when we
We're
walk
going
out
to try to
there.
figure out how to make that happen. Maybe record one and play one back. But that's a question right to the federal government: is why can't we be part of it? We've always been part of it. Is there a new system? How do we move forward?
And if there is, can you lay that out so everyone can understand it, especially when the head of this in the state of Minnesota isn't getting answers or is confused about what has changed and why.
Yeah, and I would point out, yesterday in our 10 o'clock news, our lead story was another DOJ attorney from the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota has quit because she supposedly, according to CBS sources, did not like the way the civil investigation in the Renee Good case. And we know that 6 other U.S. attorneys in the Minnesota Attorney's Office have quit as well. And then we haven't had a lot of access to Mr. Rosen to ask him a lot of questions because obviously there are so many questions to ask. And when you have your own government official, the supervisor of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension going, I'd like to ask some questions too, like what do we do moving forward?
Because this is their expertise. That's why they do these investigations. They are the folks that have, law enforcement that have been experienced doing these types of investigations for 20, 30, 40 years.
And we have covered dozens of, as we call them in the business, officer-involved shootings, right? And it is always the case that there is an external investigation. That's what he's saying.
You're doing too much, man. And if you pushing people in, no?
Well,
I just saw a video of more than 6 masked agents pummeling one of our constituents and shooting him to death. How many more residents, how many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end? lives need to be lost before this administration realizes that a political and partisan narrative is not as important as American values. How many times must local and national leaders must plead with you, Donald Trump, to end this operation and recognize that this is not creating safety in our city? As you'll hear from Director Sayer in just a second, we have seen these kinds of operations in other places, in other countries, but not here in America.
I wish I could pay for live sports for just one day and not the whole.
Sling lets you do that.
I wish I could finish one sentence. Man,
Any other wishful thing?
did you hear me?
Introducing Pat. I'm done being told that our community members are responsible for the vitriol in our streets. I'm done being told that our local elected officials are solely responsible for turning down the temperature. Just yesterday, we saw 15,000 people peacefully protesting in the streets, speaking out, standing up for their neighbors. Not a single broken window, not a single injury. Those peaceful protests embody the very principles that both Minneapolis and America was founded upon. Conversely, the mass militarized force and unidentified agents who are occupying our streets, that is what weakens our country. That is what erodes trust in both law enforcement and in democracy itself. So to everyone listening, stand with Minneapolis. Stand up for America. Recognize that your children will ask you what side you were on.
Yep.
Your grandchildren will ask you what
side were you on?
To prevent this from happening again. To make sure that the foundational elements of our democracy were rock solid. What did you do to protect your city? What did you do to protect your nation?
Yep.
This
He's
is not
attacking
what
the right
America is
right now.
about.
No.
This is not a partisan issue. This is an American issue. This administration and everyone involved in this operation should be reflecting. They should be reflecting right now and asking themselves, what exactly are you accomplishing? If the goal was to achieve peace and safety, this is doing exactly the opposite. If the goal was to achieve calm and prosperity, this is doing exactly the opposite. Are you standing up for American families right now? Or are we tearing them apart? The invasion of these heavily armed masked agents roaming around on our streets in Minneapolis, emboldened with a sense of impunity, it has to end. This is not how it has to be. So, to President Trump, this is a moment to act like a leader. Put Minneapolis, put America first in this moment.
Put America first, man.
Let's achieve peace. Let's end this operation, and I'm telling you, our city will come back. Safety will be restored. We're asking for you to take action now to remove these federal agents.
Information that we have, which is very limited. This is a 37-year-old white male who is a Minneapolis resident.
So did you hear that?
American citizen.
See? Did you hear that, Jebo coming? He wasn't illegal. He was an American. You just heard the chief motherfucking police officer just say that. Listen. And get out your judgmental mind. Listen.
Minneapolis resident is a 37-year-old white male who is a Minneapolis resident, and we believe he is an American citizen. We have not been told any official reports of what has led up to the shooting. but we have seen the video that is circulating on social media. Our demand today is for those federal agencies.
Thank you, Brian. Trump lovers won't listen. They don't listen, do they? You can have, they delusional.
Humanity and integrity that effective law enforcement in this country demands. We urge everyone to remain peaceful. We recognize that there's a lot of anger and a lot of questions around what has happened, but we need people to remain peaceful. In the area, we have an unlawful assembly.
Delta said he pulled a gun on the agent. We didn't see him pull no gun on the agent. We seen him getting pistol whipped by one police officer, and then we see them beating his ass, and then all of a sudden you hear a pop and the dude fall. That's what we see. So what are you talking about?
We are asking for people to avoid the area and to leave if you are there. We've requested mutual aid from the Minnesota State Patrol and from all our local and county regional partners. We ask everyone to remain calm and to please do not destroy our own city.
We now have reaction from Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. He said he has spoken with the White House about the incident, which he described as sickening, and called for the end of an aggressive immigration enforcement effort. I just spoke with the White House after another horrific shooting. He said, by federal agents this morning, Minnesota has had it. This is sickening, Walz said. He added that, quote, the president must end this operation, pull the thousands of violent, untrained officers out of Minnesota now, end quote.
Betsy Klein is at the White House there, senior White House reporter. What are you hearing, Betsy? You heard in that press conference a question from a reporter asking the police chief of a point of view coming from the Department of Homeland Security, and he said, you know, point blank, federal authorities are not sharing information with him and his office. So what are you hearing?
Well, certainly, Frederica, this is a very fluid and evolving situation. Officials have acknowledged that to us. We also heard from local officials on the ground who said that it is a quite volatile situation. But we know that President Trump has been briefed according to a White House official, and the Trump administration is monitoring all of this and the reaction to it extremely closely. I want to call your attention to some notable comments from the mayor of Minneapolis. He said, quote, this is a moment to act like a leader. He was directly addressing the president there. He told him to end this operation, take action now to remove federal agents. And it comes as there has been somewhat of a shift in tone in recent weeks from President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. They have acknowledged in recent days that ICE officers and other federal agents can make mistakes. Now, with that in mind, I want to read to you a good portion of this statement from Homeland Security spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin. She says, quote, at 9:05 a.m. Central Time, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien wanted for violent assault, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic.
Shout out to Levy, Leavrl. This is what they said. You can see the ICE agent walking away with his firearm before they shot him multiple times while he lay defenseless on the ground. I was actually thinking the same thing. When I heard one gunshot, and then I started hearing multiple gunshots. I was like, damn, are they still shooting it?
I'm going to have to watch it again. Yeah.
You can hear them after you hear pop, and then you hear multiple gunshots. I was thinking the same damn thing, bro.
The handgun seen here. She includes a photo of that handgun, a 6-hour. The officers, she goes on to say, attempted to disarm the suspect, but the armed suspect violently resisted. More details on the armed struggle are forthcoming. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics on scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines and no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. So certainly from the last sentence of that, no signs of de-escalation at this point from the Trump administration, and it comes as tensions on the ground are so high. This is the third shooting this month by a federal officer. The first, of course, was January 7th, the deadly shooting of Renee Good. There was also 1 week later an ICE agent shot a Venezuelan immigrant who they said was resisting arrest. He had non-life-threatening injuries. And now this situation, as officials on the ground are asking for a cooling of tensions.
Yeah, 3 shootings involving federal authorities, but now the second deathly.
Governor Tim Walz is giving an update on the deadly shooting involving a federal agent in Minneapolis. Let's listen in.
Hennepin County Sheriff Witt, State Patrol Colonel, and General Mankey, the Adjutant General of the Minnesota National Guard. Well, as I said last week, this federal occupation of Minnesota long ago stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement. It's a campaign of organized brutality against the people of our state. And today that campaign claims another life. I've seen the videos from several angles, and it's sickening. But I have a strong statement here for our federal government. Minnesota's justice system will have the last word on this. It must have the last word. As I told the White House in no uncertain terms this morning, the federal government cannot be trusted to lead this investigation. The state will handle it, period. Let me say something else, and this is critically important. All of us understand what happened this morning and the tragedy of it, and my deepest sympathies to the family of a 37-year-old Minnesota resident, a lawful firearm concealed permit carrier.
Do what?
Lectured to by Republicans for decades.
Shout out to Jeb Carmen. He said Tampon Tim took a break from installing tampon dispensers in boys' bathroom to address the press. That's fucking funny.
Tampon Timmy.
That's fucking hilarious.
It is not only your right, it's your duty.
Uh-oh.
We know that the potential to further inflame tensions is high. And to Minnesotans, there's a difference. We want calm and peace and normalcy back to our lives. They want chaos. We cannot and we will not give them what they want by meeting violence with violence. Minnesota and our local law enforcement, as you have seen, have done everything possible to de-escalate. Local media has reported extensively on the cooperation to de-escalate this situation. Donald Trump, I call on you once again, remove this force from Minnesota. They are sowing chaos and violence. We've seen deadly violence from federal agents again and again and again. But in contrast to that, on the frozen streets, what you witnessed yesterday was the best of Minnesota, peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights. And I attended in the church basement hundreds of Minnesotans from all faith packing care packages for families that have been ripped apart. Despite the horrific acts by this federal government, Minnesotans are standing up for the rule of law. They're protesting loudly and urgently, but peacefully. It must stay that way, Minnesota. Minnesotans are witnessing, and we're creating a log of evidence for the future prosecution of ICE agents and officials responsible for this. They're helping their neighbors, they're walking their kids to school, they're feeding families. I salute their courage and their restraint, and I call on all Americans to see the decency that this state is exhibiting and the horrific cruelty, unprofessional, absolute abomination that is passing for what these ICE agents are doing on our streets.
We know what you wanted to say, Timmy.
I think they can provoke us into abandoning our values. Well, they're dead wrong. We'll keep the peace, we'll secure the justice with our neighbors, and we'll see this occupation ends. Minnesotans and Minnesota law enforcement that continuously is being denigrated by this administration will continue to be the adults in the room, the professionals in the room, the decent human beings in the room, that will keep the
Give it a
peace.
few minutes. I got some
With this, I'd like
toast
to
in
turn
the
it over
oven.
to Department of Public Safety
Takes it
Commissioner
toast.
Bob Jacobson to update you on the situation as we know it.
Gotta pause those commercials, y'all. I don't want to get a copyright infringement.
Thank you, Governor. I'm Bob Jacobson, Commissioner of Public Safety for the Department of Public Safety, and again, it's my honor to serve in that position. A man was shot and killed this morning in Minneapolis. I want to pause and remember what cannot get lost in this moment. The man died. His family and friends are feeling unimaginable heartbreak and trauma. And I know Minnesotans and I know our community will rally around.
Shout out to my wife. My wife is in the chat room.
Support him. I also understand clearly that people are upset. They're scared. They're confused. And I want to assure you that this state's public safety officials and our local law enforcement partners are doing everything in our power to get answers, to help return a sense of normalcy back to our community.
That's just a little bit.
Your wife should be a patron. She is a patron.
And the desire to be heard. But please, please remain peaceful. And I want to say it again because it is important.
She like Donald Trump. She's a MAGA.
Peacefully demonstrate.
You're a MAGA, baby?
By doing so, you help local authorities.
Are you MAGA?
Answers. You help us.
You're not MAGA?
No, I'm not that bullshit stuff like that. No.
You're not MAGA?
I am conservative.
Minnesotans can make their voices heard peacefully, and they can do so without violence, and they can do so without destruction. And state resources are available and ready to support our local law enforcement partners as requested. And those resources include the Minnesota State Patrol, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and the Minnesota
Yeah, I
National
believe in
Guard.
free speech and the right to bear
With that,
arms.
stand
Of
for
course.
Governor, you made this request before. Is there any reason to believe that the answer differently? Have you had any conversations with the president, with the federal government? Is there any indication that they are going to pull out or back down?
I spoke twice this morning, shortly after I
No
received
lefty.
the call of this shooting. I spoke with the President's Chief of Staff, and the first request was to get her people out of there, to get these federal agents out of there. They were going to cause more chaos. And second call is, with no uncertain terms, that we will investigate this. We will not be stonewalled. What we've already seen, and you saw it this morning, before any investigation is done, you have the most powerful people in the federal government spinning stories and putting up pictures, and unrelated people who we don't know anything about, and a picture of a firearm to try and spin a narrative.
Yeah.
And I ask Americans, this will end when enough Americans say this will end.
Yeah.
Do I have any confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing? No, I don't have a lot of confidence Donald Trump will do the right thing. I do have a lot of confidence that the majority of the American people will do the right thing. And I think
And that's
not
continuing to raise
very
hell.
many people across this country looking right now, after all the reporting that's been done, after everything that's been said under the pretense that they are here about immigration reform, and quit referring to these people as law enforcement. They are not law enforcement. We have law enforcement who do an incredible job. And to listen to Greg Bovino denigrate the work of our people who are out there cleaning up their mess, no, I don't have a lot of confidence that he himself will do it. But here's what a whole lot of Republicans, for whatever reason, cannot find their spine. But they might find the ability to know that they're not going to win another election as long as they live, unless they stand up for what's right, and stand up for the rule of law, and stand up for human decency, and that's the moment.
Just a follow-up, because if that is not the case, what are the people of Minnesota supposed to do who are in the middle right now? Because if they
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
if you're trying to investigate, is that force?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. And look, I speak to the people of Minnesota right now. I hear that scream from you, and I'll continue to plead and ask you for peace. And I know the answer is you ask us for peace and we give it, and we get shot in the face on the streets coming out of a donut shop. We cannot give them what they want. I don't know how to say this in so many terms to watch the madness that we've witnessed over this last week coming out of the White House and what it's doing here. My confidence is, and I say it to Minnesotans, as I've said, exercise your First Amendment rights, speak out, bear witness and document legally. But I understand the risk in that. And I understand the courage that it takes to have people out there.
We got 76 people checking out the Neighborhood Superstar Podcast, y'all.
We have video. Because according to DHS, these 7 heroic guys took an onslaught of a battalion against them or something. It's nonsense, people. It is nonsense and it's lies. So my confidence is this, Minnesotans. You know who you are, and you demonstrate it every single day, and we damn sure know who these people are. The American public knows, and this needs to be the event that says enough. Go ahead. No, I'm up front.
We know with the ridiculous shooting, BCA said that they were blocked from accessing evidence. Has there been any suggestion that BCA is not allowed to do this investigation? Do you have all this background doing the investigation right now?
At McAllister's, you're never just another order number.
Attempted to be a part of. What I'll tell you right now is that we no longer have BCA agents or public safety, state patrol, or Minneapolis on the ground at that crime scene.
Is that an instruction by the federal government, or did you pull your agents out?
What I will tell you, and not to get further into the investigation, but DHS pulled out of the scene, leaving that to Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis. We did not have enough resources to be able to hold that ground safely, and we had to leave that scene. Because of the number of people that were available and the safety of those in the public and the safety of our teams. We were able to get there, but at that time we were not able to hold that scene to do a crime scene investigation. I can't talk any more about those details.
It's not either DHS nor state officials right now.
We'll have more on that, but the BCA is engaged and involved, and we are working at the request of the Minneapolis Police Department on this, on the scene and in this investigation. So we are there, we're available. We want to make sure that we continue to work on this and engage with our federal law enforcement, but at this point, we don't have anything more to share about the crime scene. Again, we were not able to hold it. We wanted to make sure and keep people safe, but federal law enforcement left the scene. And
Of course they left the scene. Fucking dickheads.
Have you activated the National Guard? I know that the server requested for additional assistance. Can you tell us whether they're going to be playing a role?
Yeah. Yes, the answer is yes, we have, as we said last week, and we staged those troops. I'll have General Menke talk about where they're at, and again, use this as an opportunity to stress to Minnesotans the frustration you have, and as you saw this, they killed a man, created chaos, pushed down protesters through gas indiscriminately, and then left the scene, and then we're left to clean up. I understand the anger. I understand trying to parse who were the law enforcement on the scene when you got there after a man was killed is difficult for folks who are out there. But I can't stress enough, our goal, and I'll have General Menke talk about what the role of these Guard troops are in conjunction with incredible work from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, from mutual aid across, and of course the State Patrol, of trying to get to the point where what we're saying is we can handle this, and Minnesotans can express their First Amendment rights and have our folks on the streets and get these people out of here. And so, John, if you want to talk a little bit, but the answer is yes, there's activated. He can talk to you about numbers.
Because if you're activated, different than having a state.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's the National Guard doing right now? So we have,
I don't
you know,
see it.
we've been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers
maybe I think-
prepared in the metro area to respond in a much rapid manner than if they were not mobilized. So we have a request from the Hennepin County Sheriff to support them, and that is to help them free up additional resources for other work that they need to do. And we have started coordinating with them this morning on that, and that first area of support will be assisting them with their requirement to provide security to the Whipple building. So we'll be helping them there, and then we are in parallel planning with other organizations within the state of Minnesota, to include the State Patrol, the Minnesota DNR, and other local agencies to render assistance if requested. I would say that the number that we have is adequate for the requests that we have right now, and I will also tell you that we are bringing more resources that will be able to respond in a timely manner that are not fully mobilized yet, but we are mobilizing more soldiers as we talk at this time. I'd like not to get into specific numbers for an operational security standpoint, but right now we have all the resources to meet the requests that we have.
I would note on this one too, that we'll be billing the federal government for the cost of the National Guard because they are incurring the costs that are falling on us by their reckless actions. Yes, sir.
You alluded to this earlier, but are you rejecting the narrative that has been presented by federal officials that this man, this 37-year-old civilian, was posed a threat to these agents? And you're rejecting the idea that he played some role with weapons and
I'm rejecting the rush to judgment within 15 minutes of this, which they did last time. That's going to be a fair investigation. And that's why you can show one thing, but what happened beforehand. But they already will slander this individual. They've already made this case. And I would just say you will all start to see it, and some of you probably have. There's multiple angles of this. And I'll go back to what we talked about before. They're telling you not to trust your eyes and ears, not to trust the facts that you're seeing.
Trust your eyes and ears, y'all. Y'all see that?
At some point in time,
y'all saw that was murder?
And I think the reporting
that was murder. Y'all saw that. Trust your eyes and the ears.
That there's not two sides to every story, but in this situation, what I'm saying is we need to have a fair investigation, understanding what's happening and held accountable. We continue to hear, and we heard it from the vice president, that these folks can do whatever they want. They can have full immunity. And what I'm telling you is they will not. There will be justice to Minnesotans. Continue to gather the information. So I won't say where it is today. I think it's irresponsible to make that judgment. But what I see with my eyes and what you're going to see with your eyes makes that pretty hard to believe. And I would imagine as a federal officer, they would have come out and sounded like these professionals sound and say, we need to gather the information, we need to gather all the facts, we need to put them forward, and then we can make some informed decision based on the fact. They've written the narrative already. And the audacity to critique the police chief of Minneapolis after what work that those heroic officers are trying to do, and to be critiqued by this guy, I mean, I don't know, I've said it a lot, but America, as you're listening, enough is enough. Enough is enough of this. End this. End this. And we see them moving to Maine. If you're in Boston, you're in Chicago, you're in Philly, you're in Miami, doesn't matter. We can't live like this. Our children are in trauma. A 5-year-old, you saw the picture, the bunny hat and the Spider-Man. Is there not like some narrative to throw around, to parade around in some coat you had made and act like you're a tough guy?
How much money is this guy worth?
And we have rule of law. So I'll let the investigation play itself out. We will do our best to find it. But I don't know, you kill a man and then you just leave your law enforcement, just leave it. Is there a single case?
Y'all clean up the mess. Minnesota, y'all clean up the mess.
Like walk away and say, I guess that just happened and we're not going to clean up our mess. I'm proud of Minnesotans. I'm proud of law enforcement here and our partners, and we'll get to the bottom of it. I think we have time for another one. So, yes, ma'am.
They're calling on state and local law enforcement to, quote, help coordinate to get violent criminals on. What's the response to that?
I'm better off to let these guys, the professionals, I have my thoughts.
So the question was, what are we doing to assist federal law enforcement on getting violent criminals off the street, if I understand the question? State and local law law enforcement are always ready and willing and able to arrest violent offenders. We do not stand down from that, no matter where we get that information from. If there are violent offenders or violent criminals or violent crimes, we will investigate and we'll bring those to justice. If the federal government would like to work with us, to continue to work with us as they have in the past, to locate those violent offenders, we are always open to those discussions and always willing to assist. We do not ignore that. We are ready and able, and we do that. All of you, as part of the media, hear us arresting violent offenders all the time. We have not stood down. That is our mission. The federal government is not alone in arresting violent offenders. State and local law enforcement does that every day at great risk to their life, at great risk to the community. We do it because we want to save Minnesota, and the federal government is not the only one to do that.
All right, you were just listening to Minnesota Governor Tim
Timmy
Walz,
Daycare.
as well as other state officials giving an update following the federal officer involved shooting in Minneapolis earlier today that claimed the life of a 37-year-old male. We heard Governor Tim Walz give a harsh characterization of the immigration enforcement happening in his state right now. He went on to say that this stopped being a matter of immigration enforcement and turned into an attack on our residents. He said Minnesota justice system will have the last word, and the federal government cannot have a hand in this investigation. He went on to say that the state will handle this investigation. And then he went on to characterize the 37-year-old victim who was shot, saying that he was a lawful firearm concealed permit holder, and that the Minnesota law enforcement officers did everything they can to try to de-escalate this situation. For more, I want to bring in ABC News reporter Olivia Rubin. Olivia, can you talk to me about what you got from Governor Tim Walz's statements just now following this incident? What did you take from that?
Well, a few things. It does seem like Tim Walz said that he did connect with the White House this morning, not the president personally, but he said he spoke with the president's chief of staff and referred to that person as a woman. It does seem to be that he would be speaking about the president's chief of staff, Susie Wiles. It said that he made a
Why not the
direct
president?
to her to remove ICE from the area.
Trump stupid ass is going to talk to him.
Hey. Been this breakdown essentially, and a very sort of animosity between federal officials and local officials in Minnesota. When there have been previous incidents in Minnesota, I remember one time the president said it would be a waste of time to talk to Tim Walz.
Yeah, you're right.
The president said they're wasting time to talk to him.
With Tim Walz, according to a source
It is
from
Lemon
here.
Drop's turn to go to jail.
Again, that's a notable development there, though it doesn't seem to be, as he said, that he necessarily got indications that that would happen.
Damn.
But he also made a
Somebody
pretty
says sad
strong
black people
statement.
hating on Trump.
He said that the state of Minnesota right now is collecting evidence for the future
We're
prosecution.
not hating Trump. We hate how what he's
That
doing.
is notable there, because remember, we have talked about how Walz and Jacob Frey and others are under federal investigation. Now, Governor Tim Walz himself is saying that there will be some sort of local state investigation into federal law enforcement agents, saying that evidence is being collected, essentially, is what he said there. But again, outside of that, it was sort of some of that similar pleas that we have heard, asking for federal agents to leave Minnesota for the investigation to be conducted. And again, as you said, he had harsh words. He said essentially those federal agents have been shooting and killing people in Minnesota, and then, as he said, walking away.
Let's bring in ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wayne Whitmore.
Water
Selena,
made a noise
can
when
you
I
talk
turned
to
it
us
on.
about the quick characterization and quick reaction that's coming from the White House?
Yeah, and just to pick off of where you were talking with Olivia, I mean, Walz's remarks during that press conference were extremely important. He's essentially suggesting that aggressively Minnesota will seek to charge the federal officers. He goes on to say that Minnesota's Justice Department will have the final word on this, flatly stating that the federal government cannot be trusted to handle this investigation. He says the state will handle it, period. You mentioned earlier that the president had a conversation with the White House, and Governor Walz made his message very clear during that press conference to the president, calling on him to withdraw federal agents, saying they are sowing chaos and violence, and also accusing the federal government of spinning stories. And in fact,
see on that True Social post you put up on the screen right there, the president accuses Mayor Jacob Fry and Governor Walz of, quote, inciting insurrection with their pompous, dangerous, and arrogant rhetoric. He even claims that if his administration hadn't engaged in deportation operations in the state, then, quote, you would see something far worse than you are witnessing today. So essentially what we are seeing from the president is this very quick reaction to immediately blame the shooting on the victim, the president even circulating an image of the weapon on social media.
Now, let's go to Elizabeth Newman, former Assistant Homeland Security Secretary. Elizabeth, you heard Governor Tim Walz say that the state will handle this investigation, really sparking that divide between federal officials and state officials. What's your reaction to what you heard from the governor?
Well, on one hand, the idea that the state is going to be able to carry out this investigation when I'm sure that the federal government will also suggest that they have jurisdiction. I'm not sure how that will play out in court, but I do think that what Walz is doing is actually more to send a signal to his citizens that he hears them, that they're angry, and that they don't trust the federal government. So while on one hand, his lawyers were advising that it's unlikely that we're going to be successful if the federal government contests this, just because of the way that the Supremacy Clause works and the fact that it's a federal law enforcement involved, therefore usually it's federal courts that have to be engaged in doing any sort of investigation and prosecution. On the other hand, I do, as he was saying it, I had a sense that this was more for the people of Minnesota to feel like they were standing up to what is increasingly feeling like the federal government bullying the state of Minnesota by sending thousands of troops in there, and he called it a campaign of organized brutality. And so I think what we saw was the governor standing up for his people and saying we are not going to allow the federal government to continue to brutalize the people of Minnesota.
All right, Elizabeth Newman, Selena Wang, and Olivia Rubin, thank you for your reporting.
Now in theaters.
Charged with the murder of his wife.
Bondi, joining us live here in studio. AG, thank you so much for coming in.
Sure.
This has been hard to watch for everyone involved. Let me just get your initial thoughts of what's happened.
Everybody made it home from work safely.
In the last couple of hours.
Well, why this has happened in Minneapolis is because you have a mayor, you have a governor who has declared Minneapolis a sanctuary city, saying, bring your worst of the worst to Minneapolis. You're invited here. We will protect you. Aisha, these are the arrests. These are just the arrests that ICE has been making. And that's why Donald Trump has ICE in Minneapolis to protect the citizens. Sodomy of a boy, strong arm robbery. Sexual assault, sodomy of a girl under the age of 16. Rape, 12-year-old girl. Strong arm, rape, ag assault. Convicted rape, child fondling. These are all the illegals that Joe Biden was letting into our country. And they were all going to Minneapolis because the mayor, the governor, the AG, they were protecting them. And Donald Trump is going to protect the citizens of our country. I was there all week, as you saw. I was in Minneapolis, and we are going to protect our churches. We are going to protect our great men and women in law enforcement who were out there doing their jobs today. They were out there arresting a violent offender, and then this guy comes up. I can't talk about more of the details. Chief Bovino talked about that. It's now all pending, but we will support the men and women in law enforcement, and we will support the good citizens of Minnesota if the governor and that mayor aren't going to do it.
Some of the people that you arrested, like you mentioned, in the last couple of days, you feel it was incredibly organized.
Yes.
What can you tell us more about what we're seeing on the ground there? I mean, our Steve Harrigan, who's covered many wars, said that in his own observations, it feels incredibly organized. These people know each other, they know where to go. What do you know about this?
That's right. And I can tell you what I observed when I was there. It's extremely organized. The signs they have are all matching. They're well written. And look at what's happening today. How did these people go out and get gas masks? These protesters. Would you know how to walk out on the street and buy a gas mask?
In the
right
80s,
now?
I would.
Yeah, think about that. Right. All of these protesters out out there right now have gas masks on, matching, very expensive, by the way, gas masks. It's organized, they're out there to cause problems, and they're out there to hinder the great men and women in law enforcement, and we are not going to have it in Minneapolis or anywhere else in this country. We're going to protect our synagogues. We're going to protect our churches. That's why I was there. And we are going to fight back to keep people
What does
safe.
that mean?
Our country was founded on religion. Our country was founded on law enforcement. And that's what President Trump believes, and that's what we're going to do.
Something else that we've noticed on these live pictures is there's been a red flag being waved, and there are questions now of how much, of a communist influence there might be. This is Paul Morrow relating this to me, a communist, socialist, anarchist professionals, perhaps something else to perhaps look into. The Justice Department, we know, issued these subpoenas for multiple government officials, including Mayor Jacob Fry and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Where are we on that?
Yeah, so Aisha, I can't comment, of course, on any pending criminal investigation, but they have confirmed, the governor confirmed, the AG Ellison confirmed, and the mayor confirmed that they all received subpoenas from my office to a federal grand jury. So that's all I can say right now legally.
Just your observation, AG, the way that they've been reacting to this. I mean, you saw the press conference with Mayor Jacob Fry. We've put up the tweets from Governor Tim Walz. There's not a whole lot of asking
people.
for calm. Instead, it's a lot more of get out. ICE, get out. President Trump, get your people out. We're trying to protect our neighbors. Do you feel like that is rhetoric that's contributing to this?
Well, we saw the mayor said, F ICE, get out of my effing city. How is that not rhetoric contributing to this?
Yeah.
It all is. And that's the shame of it. Look at these murderers, homicide, rape, homicide, manslaughter. That's who they're trying to protect in Minnesota. I do not understand these people. We sent Governor Walz a very strong letter today. We had been working on this letter. We got it out saying that he better support President Trump. He better support the men and women in law enforcement, because if he doesn't, we are. And that's what we're doing right now.
Last chance. Insurrection's next.
Well, we'll see. This is fluid. Let's see how Governor Walz responds. Let's see what he does based on this, based on what's happening right now. But this administration is going to support the citizens. We're going to support our great men and women in law enforcement.
The president has talked before about invoking the Insurrection Act. That's come up a few times. He hasn't pulled the trigger yet. He didn't feel like it was the right time, at least a couple of days ago when he spoke with me. Should this change his calculus?
Aisha, I haven't spoken with the president directly this morning. I know he's working this morning. He's here in D.C. He's working. I have not spoken with him. So I'm never going to get ahead of the president. This is a very fluid situation right now. I know all of my federal agencies are coming in right now to support and back up Homeland Security. We have DEA, we have ATF, we have all of FBI, of course. All of my agencies doing what they can to keep the citizens safe if Walz won't do it.
Okay. Attorney General Pam Bondi, thank you so much for joining us on this breaking news.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Hey everyone.
Pam Bundy.
Strong leadership during this crisis.
Is Maduro a U.S. citizen, really?
Senator Smith, as well as Representatives McCollum
He is now.
and Morrison, and joining us in a statement are Representatives Craig and Omar. Our message is really clear and straightforward.
What's funny? What they say in the chat?
Out of Minnesota.
Casey said, "Is Maduro a U.S. citizen?"
As the tragic killing this morning.
He is now.
Oh shit!
Visually on that video shows us they are making us less safe.
Somebody said, "Fuck no, he's not."
With 3,000 agents, which of course includes border control, outnumbering the sworn police officers.
Christy Nome, stepping up to the podium in Washington, D.C. First time we've seen her on camera today. Let's listen to this.
150 million Americans in 40 different states. We've been working together.
Said she was a governor or some shit?
And have opened our National Response Coordination Center and are working with local and state authorities to make sure that we're getting individuals and communities pre-deployed resources that they may need, and also preparing them for the upcoming days, which will significantly impact them.
J.R. Johnny said she's a little girl that played in the Poltergeist, Pam Bundy.
To get them information, to
She's
get them
not. The little girl's dead. Been dead.
and well equipped
Since
for
she's
the road ahead
11 years old.
as we go through this next week. But before I take any questions and give more details on the storm and its impact, I do want to address the tragic situation that we saw in Minneapolis today that unfolded on the streets. It occurred with DHS law enforcement as they carried out their lawful duties to keep Americans safe in the threat of criminal illegal aliens in this country.
South Dakota.
At 9:05 a.m. Central Time, the Department of Homeland Security law enforcement officials and officers were conducting targeted operations in Minneapolis against an illegal alien whose criminal history included domestic assault with intentionally inflicting bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines with ammunition in them that held dozens of rounds. He also had no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement. About hundreds of protesters then showed up at the scene. They began to obstruct and to assault law enforcement officers. We saw objects being thrown at them, including ice and other
They
objects.
all lie.
And a rampant assault began, and even an HSI officer agent's finger was bitten off.
Get the fuck out of here.
I believe it.
To bring safety to the public and to law enforcement at the scene. And once again, I want to remind everybody that this situation and this tragedy did not have to happen. Our law enforcement are doing everything.
Somebody says,
that
why
they
can
can
dogs, my
to
question,
protect the public.
why can dogs
We're
sit outside
praying
but
for
I
this
can't?
deceased loved one's family and friends, but we also recognize that the Minnesota governor and the Minneapolis mayor need to take a long, hard look in the mirror. They need to evaluate their rhetoric, their conversations, and their encouragement of such violence against our citizens and our law enforcement officers. I'll remind you that Governor Walz today in his press conference said that our officers were not even law enforcement, which is a lie. He's called them the Gestapo. He's encouraged residents and citizens and violent rioters to resist.
What is
He's
a
doxed
Gestapo?
their
I've been seeing that
identities,
word
putting
going around for
themselves and their families' lives
since the
in
shit was
jeopardy.
going on.
He's refused to turn
A
over
gangster or
murders to
something?
federal law
I don't
enforcement
know.
Look it
officers.
up.
He's protected illegal criminals
Gestapo?
and protected
Gestapo.
them from being brought to justice, and even overseen a historic, unprecedented theft of American taxpayer dollars. Tens of billions of dollars were stolen under his watch, and he allowed it to happen, and in some instances may have even facilitated it. In other cities and states across the country, we don't see this happen. Local, state, and officials work with us to make sure that we're making their streets safer. I'll point to the city of Memphis, which is where there is a Democrat mayor in place. He worked with us and our federal law enforcement officers, and we saw murder rates drop by 50% because of that partnership. We've seen historic lows in the criminal acts that have happened
Wow.
in that city. We've had
Secret
the same
police force of
amount
Nazi
law
Germany.
enforcement officers there, but a very different result because of the leadership in place. Last week, ICE did over 2,000 different operations, and we saw people be brought to justice and the American people made safer because of that work. We don't have this problem in Texas or in Florida because those individuals in those states work with us, and they make sure that they keep peace and calm while they bring criminals to justice. In Minneapolis, Governor Walz and Mayor Fry,
Later.
they instead choose violence.
I
They
don't have it.
instead choose to encourage the destruction of their city
Check your
and
jacket. Badge
the
of
crime
honor.
against their people. It appears that they want this lawlessness to continue. It appears that they want chaos to distract from the theft and the fraud and the corruption of their city. I'll remind you, this city has been corrupt for years with what we've seen with people that have been stealing taxpayer money, all under the leadership of Governor Walz and Mayor Fry. I'm asking for all the authorities in Minneapolis and the leaders to work with us. And there are 2 things that we have repeatedly asked the governor and the mayor to do. Number one, all we want them to do is that when they are going to release a dangerous criminal from their jails, turn them over to us so we can get them out of this country as soon as possible. Since we have been back in the White House with President Trump's leadership, they have released over 490 criminals onto their streets rather than allow us to get them out of the country to keep families safe. The second thing, that we have asked the governor and the mayor to do is to help us keep people safe. Just give us backup on the streets while we do our targeted operations to get illegal criminals out of our country. And then we wouldn't have to be there facing these types of situations that we face with violent rioters who are impacting and attacking our law enforcement officers. That's all. Those are the two requests that we've asked of them. We've asked them to help us do that so that we can continue to see success in Minneapolis like we see in so many other cities and communities across the country. But they have refused because they want us talking about attacking law enforcement officers instead of the fraud and the theft that they facilitated in Minnesota. One thing I'd like to do before I take your questions on that situation on the storm is give you a few facts about the storm and what we're facing here in the coming days. This storm is going to produce heavy snow. It's going to produce dangerous freezing rain and ice and life-threatening wind chills that will be sustained for days. Power outages, road closures, and other impacts have already started to impact the Midwest, the South, and the East Coast. The most important thing that people can do across this country is to please stay off the roads, to stay home when possible, unless you absolutely have to be out and about. That will not only ensure that you and your family are safe, but that emergency responders aren't out there trying to rescue you when they could be out doing other work to proactively keep people safe and at home. Stay alert by listening to different announcements from your local officials and from your state. We want to remind everybody that in these emergency disaster situations, it's your local officials and local emergency managers that go out and execute response to these disasters. Your states manage it, and the federal government is here to support. We're here and have been opened and visiting and talking with all of the governors and local leaders to make sure they have everything that they need ahead of time and that we can be as prepared as possible for what is going to unfold in the coming days. I want you to make sure that you get the chance to visit the website ready.gov to see recommendations and advice for how you can protect your family and be prepared for the storm that is coming. We have 17 different states and the District of Columbia that have already declared states of emergency. President Trump has already approved emergency declarations at the federal level for these following states. For South Carolina, the Commonwealth of Virginia, Tennessee, Georgia, North Carolina, Maryland, Arkansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Indiana, and West Virginia. I'm sure there will be more coming, and we are turning those around immediately to make sure that states have the resources from the federal government that they've requested. I have spoken several times on conference calls, but also called personally governors and local leaders to facilitate the partnership that we need to help keep this federal response streamlined with their state responses. The Department of Homeland Security, FEMA, CISA, our cybersecurity team focused on the electrical grid and our critical infrastructure, the Coast Guard and our other federal partners are all embedded in state operation centers across the country. Governors remain in the lead on these responses, and we are continuously talking to them to see what they need to continue to take care of their citizens and make sure that people are safe. I activated the National Response Coordination Center, which is where you are right now, 2 days ago, and we are monitoring the storm and coordinating federal support for the affected areas. At my direction, FEMA has already pre-positioned commodities in many locations across the country. We've embedded partners in state emergency operations centers, and we've deployed IMAT teams, incident management assistant teams, with dozens more ready to deploy at any moment, besides those that have already been pre-positioned. We have dozens of urban search and rescue teams that are ready to go out and to save lives in partnership with our local and state authorities should that become necessary. We do have tens of thousands of people in affected states in the South that have lost power. We have utility crews that are working to restore that as quick as possible, and we expect to continue to see that as ice builds on power lines and trees are affected and we see more damage, but we have partnered with our energy companies and rural electric communities to make sure that we are able to facilitate the repairs as soon as possible to get the power on, especially in light of the cold temperatures that we see coming for days on end. We just ask that everyone would be smart, stay home if possible, take care of your family members, check on your neighbors, and continue to work with your local officials to get through this difficult storm. And we will continue to pray for God to bless this great country and all of the families and the public servants who get up and work to keep people safe. With that, I'll take any questions that you may have. Yes.
Is DHS leading the investigation into this shooting? And if so, will there be a criminal investigation? And also, will we see body camera released from the officers involved?
We are conducting this investigation just like we do all other officer-involved shootings, and we'll continue to do that. So that is unfolding, and we'll give you more details as those are released.
Thank you so much for doing this, and would welcome also any other guidance from Chief Scott. Did the 37-year-old who had a license to carry, did he brandish a gun? And at what point did law enforcement retrieve the gun and also the magazines from him? Can you offer clarity on
this
where
individual showed up to impede a law enforcement operation and assaulted our officers? They responded according to their training and took action to defend the officer's life and those of the public around him. And I don't know of any peaceful protester that shows up with a gun and ammunition rather than a sign. This is a violent riot when you have someone showing up with weapons and are using them to assault law enforcement officers.
Because video appears to show he's disarmed before shots are fired. So I just want clarity on that. And beyond that, I just want to follow up and ask who within the federal government is leading the criminal investigation, understanding that CBP OPR has opened up an internal investigation. And beyond that, why did federal agents tell Minneapolis Police Department to leave the scene?
We're continuing to follow the exact same protocols that we always have. And so this investigation is ongoing. We're continuing to gather the facts as they unfold throughout that. And we'll do it just like we did under the entire Trump administration and previous administrations. Nothing has changed, and we'll continue to release details as we have them. But I want you to not distract away from the facts of the situation. Our law enforcement officers were there doing a targeted operation against an individual who was in this country illegally and had a criminal conviction for domestic assault with intent to do bodily harm and other convictions as well. This individual went and impeded their law enforcement operations, attacked those officers, had a weapon on him, and dozens of rounds of ammunition, wishing to inflict harm on these officers, coming brandishing like that and impeding their work that they were doing. We'll continue to allow. That is a different incident that happened at the same situation after the tragedy unfolded. But yes, that's the kind of assaults and violence that our law enforcement officers are facing out in the streets, and that the local leaders are encouraging. Remember what Mayor Fry has said, that he wanted ICE out of the city. We have been working and had a presence in that city for years. We are there to enforce the law and to make sure that the public is safe. Just since we have been there, we have arrested thousands of individuals that have criminal convictions and are in this country illegally and gotten them off the streets.
Shout out to the 100 people that's watching the Neighborhood Superstar Podcast. Y'all hit that like button. Let me get 50 likes.
Somebody dangerous out of their jails, that they would let us know so we can deport them out of our country. I do not know why they continue to choose.
Y'all hit that like button. Let me get 50 of them. I need 8 more.
The citizens of Minneapolis. And this situation that we have today is a tragedy that we don't have to have. We have it because we have a mayor and a governor who encourage this violence and encourage this type of rioting. And remember,
7 more. Come on, y'all.
were in charge when
Hit that button.
burned in 2020. They facilitated it, they encouraged it, and they saw the destruction. And we all watched the destruction of that city back then. It doesn't.
5 more, y'all. Let's go.
It appears that they're following the same playbook.
97 people checking me out right now.
Is to distract from the corruption that they have facilitated.
4 more. Let's go, y'all.
Theft from the American taxpayers. Tens of billions of dollars they have been funneled into
2 more.
criminal pockets and stolen from vulnerable people that needed these.
If I can get 50, then I can get 100.
To go out and provide services to individuals that were developmental.
If I can get 50 likes, I can get 100. One more like, y'all.
Has to take care of those that are less fortunate and need it, and instead, Governor Walz and Mayor Fry allowed that kind of theft to continue, and now they want to perpetuate violence against our law enforcement officers to cover it up. Yes.
You just made claims that the individual posed a threat to law enforcement.
That is no claim. It is the facts. The facts of this situation. This individual showed up to a law enforcement operation with a weapon and dozens of rounds of ammunition. He wasn't there to peacefully protest. He was there to perpetuate violence, and he was asked to show up and to continue to resist by a governor who's irresponsible and has a long history of corruption and lying. And we won't stand for it anymore. These law enforcement officers take an oath They get up every single day and they go out to protect the public. Many of these individuals live in their communities, and this mayor and this governor have doxed them. They have allowed people to threaten them and their families and expose their identities in order to instill fear and violence. And that's not what America is about. We're going to continue to tell the truth about Minnesota, Minneapolis, what happened here, the theft over the last many years that these leaders have facilitated, and we're going to continue to do our work to get to the bottom of the investigations. And the one question you should be asking is, the mayor, the governor, and the attorney general have all confirmed that they have been subpoenaed to come in front of a criminal federal grand jury. So they are covering up and are being in a part of a system where they're going to be brought to justice for anything that they had to do with this investigation. They have confirmed they've been subpoenaed, and they will be in front of a grand jury to get that criminal investigation unfolding and to disclose the kind of fraud that they have allowed to happen.
And do you have any plans in Minneapolis?
The White House has labeled the man who was killed in Minnesota as a domestic terrorist. Is that something you agree with? And have you seen any evidence to
When you
back up that claim?
perpetuate violence against a government because of ideological reasons and for reasons to resist and perpetuate violence, that is the definition of domestic terrorism. This individual who came with weapons and ammunition to stop a law enforcement operation of federal law enforcement officers committed an act of domestic terrorism. That's the facts.
Where's the evidence of his ideology,
Yes.
though?
Drew Evans, Superintendent of Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, had said during a news conference today that when federal agents blocked his agency from the shooting scene, when they went, got the judicial warrant, they returned, they were still blocked. Why were they?
We have asked these state officials to help partner with us on law enforcement operations for months. Ever since President Trump came into the White House, we've asked them for
We got 50
partnership
likes, y'all.
to stand
Appreciate the
alongside us
love.
so we can
108 people checking out the Neighborhood Superstar Podcast. That's what's
and
up,
to help
y'all.
us make their streets
Appreciate
safer.
the love. Put them hearts in the air.
Over and over and over again.
And subscribe, y'all. Make sure y'all hit the subscribe button.
Absolutely false. And our federal law enforcement officers will continue to do their work, and they'll do that to make America safe again.
Secretary,
Yes.
sorry, this is the second DHS law enforcement operation shooting that's happened this year. There was another incident in Portland. 5 people have also died in immigration detention so far this year. Why is immigration enforcement becoming so deadly under your tenure?
Immigration enforcement is exactly what the American people asked for. When we had a Democrat administration in the White House that facilitated an invasion of millions of people over our southern border and let people come into this country that were completely unvetted. We know for a fact that we had hundreds, if not thousands, of terrorists, suspected terrorists, criminal organizations and gangs that came in and have been committing criminal activities against American citizens for years now, that the American people said enough is enough. We want them out of our country. We want them brought to justice. And they trusted President Trump to go out there and to make America safe again. It is absolutely false to say that there's more incidents with our law enforcement than there was in history before. In fact, our accuracy and our operations are being conducted in a manner that is historic for accuracy and taking care of people and doing so safely. So the narrative with the press that they've perpetuated that we have more individuals that have been jeopardized or that our detention centers aren't at the highest standards is absolutely false. Our detention standards and the people that are being taken care of there are at the highest level they've ever been. They exceed state and local standards, and we'll continue to do that and make sure that people have the facts around how people are treated when they're brought into detention, and then we take them home.
Recent reports about witnesses being taken to the Whipple Federal Building in Minneapolis. Could you explain why the witnesses of the shooting this morning have been taken to that building?
The witnesses are you talking about the ones that have been detained that are illegal aliens?
No, the witnesses, I think, to the event in Minneapolis.
I won't speak to the investigation and the details, and those will continue to unfold, but I do know that we're continuing to follow the same protocols that we always have.
Secretary,
Was there a question back here on the storm?
does anyone have a question on the storm? We are at FEMA headquarters. Secretary,
Yes.
if these are targeted arrests, why are these immigration agents going after civilian protests out of their way? And second,
This individual impeded the law enforcement officers and attacked them. State the facts as they unfolded on the street today. We were doing a targeted operation against an illegal criminal, and this individual came with a weapon and dozens of rounds of ammunition and attacked them. And these agents took action to defend their lives and to defend the lives of the people around them and acted according to their training. And we will continue to let this process go forward and not allow people like Governor Walz and Mayor Frey to lie about what actually unfolded on that street. Now they have deemed this situation an unlawful assembly, and these leaders aren't even cleaning up the situation that they have as far as the violent riots that we see unfolding in Minneapolis right now. They need to be strong, take action, protect their citizens, and partner with us to go after these criminals that perpetuate violence and to keep our law enforcement officers safe. Let's all be grateful for people who take an oath every day and they go out to enforce the laws. That is their job, is to enforce the laws and to make sure that there is consequences for breaking the law in this country and that it applies equally to everybody. That is what they do. They do it every day. They do thousands of operations every single week, and they do it with excellence. Don't let political corrupt leaders who are just trying to cover up their theft of American taxpayer dollars try to distract you from the facts of the situation. One more question, right here.
Governor Tim Walz said he told Susie Wiles that Minnesota would take the lead on this investigation. Are you working with local law enforcement on the investigation?
This is the same protocol we'll always follow. Who would trust Governor Walz at this point? The man has stood up and encouraged resistance. He has refused to partner with us. He's sacrificed his citizens' safety and their well-being by choosing the side of people who break the law and who steal money and who perpetuate violence. He has chosen all of that and backed an administration previously that allowed an invasion of our country. We need to partner with people who truly understand that the law is the law, and in the United States, we will keep people safe. Thank you. Last question.
Is the president closer to invoking the Insurrection Act?
The president will use every tool that he needs to follow through on his promises to the American people. I'm proud to work for a president that wants to keep people safe, and he recognizes that political individuals like Governor Walz and Mayor Frey need to be met head on with recognizing that we're not going to allow them to distract us from what they facilitated for corruption in their state. We're going to treat Minneapolis exactly the way that we have treated every other city across this country as far as helping to make those streets safe. Remember, we have other cities with Democrat mayors, Republican mayors that we worked well with together. We've driven down the crime rates, we've driven down the murder rates. We have continued to keep people safe, and we have stopped hundreds of millions of lethal doses of drugs from killing our children, and have continued to do operations to make sure that we're protecting them, our kids and our grandkids, from the criminal networks that Joe Biden let in and leaders like Governor Walz allowed to be successful and to thrive on the streets of Minneapolis. It's going to stop. All of the control in this situation is in Governor Walz's hands. Partner with us on, before you release a murderer out into the streets, give them to us so we can get them out of our country. We are focused specifically on child pedophiles and sexual assault and trafficking rings in Minneapolis, have brought dozens and dozens of them to justice. Why is he protecting them and refusing to work with us? All he has to do is, before you let somebody out of your jail onto the streets, is give them to us so we can get them out of our country. The second thing is, just keep people safe. Work with us so that we can go get these criminals and get out of there and not have to worry about our law enforcement officers getting attacked by individuals with guns and ammunition and weapons and assaulting and doxing them and their families. We'll continue to do all that we can. We also want to continue to make sure that everybody recognizes this storm is significant. It's the largest storm that we've seen impact the most states and this big of a population in possibly decades. So we want everybody to recognize the seriousness of it. Please stay home with your family. We will continue to give you announcements. We'll continue to work with your governors to get the resources that you need. Go to our website, ready.gov, and get a list of recommendations from us, but continue to pay attention to your local officials, and we'll continue to have conversations with every one of your emergency management directors and your governors to make sure that they're supported throughout this process. Again, it's going to be very, very cold. So we'd encourage everybody to stock up on fuel, stock up on food, and we will get through this together. With that, thank you, and we'll talk again soon. Thank you.
The head of the DHS, Christy Nome, speaking at a press conference that was intended to be about the winter weather that's impacting much of the country. Instead, what it turned into was a press conference largely about this shooting situation in Minneapolis. She took questions from reporters, saying that at the time of the shooting, DHS was conducting targeted operations against an illegal immigrant with convictions. That's what led to this video. Let's pull the video up. So
look at the video, y'all. Look at the video.
According to Nome, targeting somebody who was an undocumented migrant. Eventually, it led to this scene right here. Nome says it appears that the person appeared to have the intention to target officers to perpetuate violence. Nome condemning Mayor Fry and Governor Walz for encouraging bad behavior, and also asking officials in Minnesota to cooperate with the federal government on policing criminals. When asked about who will be leading the investigation, she was asked point blank, is the DHS going to lead it? She didn't exactly answer the question. She did say that they're looking into it. She didn't confirm or deny whether or not DHS will be leading the investigation.
Of course she didn't.
They say DHS will continue to release details as they have more details. They also didn't get any clarity on whether or not these officers were wearing body cameras or if any body camera footage will perhaps be available. She didn't answer the question directly about the Insurrection Act, instead saying President Trump will do anything to keep Minnesota safe. Law enforcement expert Jamie Copenhaver was watching this along with us. Jamie is here with me. You know, Jamie, your major takeaways from what you heard from the DHS secretary.
And we were talking about perceptions. I mean, the secretary came out and said the officer that fired the fatal shot or the deadly shot certainly perceived that individual with a weapon threatening in a threatening manner. And, he had about a second or two to react to that. And obviously, according to the secretary, he felt in fear of his life where he fired the fatal shot. So, we heard a little bit about that. We didn't hear a lot about who's going to conduct the investigation. She did indicate that OPR was going to be involved, which is the Office of Professional Responsibility. But I've got to tell you, Austin, that's a more or less an internal affairs investigation. It's an administrative investigation, not criminal. So, they're going to do an administrative investigation. We've heard rumor that DHS was going to do their own independent investigation on the shooting today. So we just don't have a clear picture as to who's going to lead that investigation.
Right before we went out to Nome's remarks, we were listening to Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry and their police chief. Fry said that he's talking with Minnesota officials about bringing the National Guard into the city. What would that mean for the city?
Hopefully they would cordon these protesters off and allow them to continue their protest. I don't think the mayor or the governor wants them to stop. I don't think the administration wants the protest to stop. They want to afford them the First Amendment right to do that. Hopefully what I would like to see is the governor or the mayor himself designate an area of protest so it doesn't place these protesters in harm's way, if you will, from these federal agents. That's looking from that side. Coming from a law enforcement side of this, I would love to see those protesters in a contained area so they are not in the way of federal operations. Therefore, no one will get hurt or injured or, like we see today, fatally shot because it would be in a contained area of protest. So hopefully that would be an element of the National Guard that we would see enacted by the governor or the mayor.
We were listening in to Police Chief O'Hara. He says that the plan, he was really speaking about, the rest of the night. He says their major focus is maintaining order in the city. He said they're focusing on de-escalation. They say, right now, the situation is peaceful and they intend to keep it that way. They did say that the state deployed less than lethal rounds to disperse a dangerous gathering earlier in the day, and they can't stress this enough. They say, if you're going to protest, do it peacefully. We've heard this message over and over from local and state officials in Minnesota saying, don't take the bait from the federal government and peacefully protest. Make your voice heard, but do it in a way that maintains law and order. Jamie, final question for you before we go out to Minneapolis. When an unlawful assembly is declared, what advice do you have for anybody who is at or near a demonstration?
Leave immediately. Don't obstruct, don't argue, don't yell, don't video, don't be a viral TikToker, because you're probably going to end up going to jail. And if you resist, you're going to probably get injured. Real quick, Austin, I would like to see the governor or the mayor himself enact some type of state of emergency to prohibit people carrying firearms during the protests. We saw that in Katrina and some other hurricanes in the past. So, the governor and the mayor certainly can do that. That would take that element out of the equation, if you will, just to make it safe.
Law enforcement expert Jamie Copenhaver, thank you for being generous with your time tonight. We appreciate you.
Good to be with you, Austin. Thank you.
Of course. While we were listening into some of those press conferences, we got some more context from the Associated Press about the actual identity of the person, about the life that was
Got
lost.
105 people checking out the Neighborhood Superstar podcast, y'all. 52 likes. Let's get 100 before I get up out of here.
Of the man killed. I'm going to read a little bit of reporting from the AP verbatim. They say family members say that the man who was killed was an intensive care nurse, an ICU nurse at a Department of Veteran Affairs hospital who cared deeply about people and was upset by President Trump's immigration crackdown in his city. Alex Preddy, 37, was an avid outdoorsman who enjoyed going on adventures with his dog. He had participated in protests following the shooting of Renee Good on January 7th. The family quoted by the AP saying, he cared about people deeply and he was very upset with what was happening in Minneapolis and throughout the United States with ICE, as millions of other people are upset, the family said. Another quote, he thought it was terrible, kidnapping children, just grabbing people off the street. He cared about those people and he knew it was wrong, so he did participate in protests. The man who was killed was a U.S. citizen born in Illinois, and like Renee Good, court records show that he had no criminal record in his family.
We got 124 people checking us out right now, y'all. Appreciate the love.
Beyond a handful of traffic tickets, according to the AP. In a recent conversation with their son, his parents, who live in Colorado, told him to be careful when protesting. They said they had the discussion with him 2 weeks ago to go ahead and protest, but do not engage. Parents apparently saying that Preddy understood that and he knew that. Looks like we are getting some aerials back. Our chopper hadn't flown away for the past hour or so, but now we are getting, and my goodness, is it frigid in Minneapolis. The temperature, as I'm reading it here, -3, feels like -11. It feels like temperature -11, not deterring large groups of people to demonstrate. Again, the last update we got from Police Chief O'Hara was that things are peaceful. And that's what they're going to be focusing on for the rest of the night, is maintaining peace, maintaining law and order, not trumping these protesters' First Amendment rights. But at the same time, if an unlawful assembly is called for, they made it clear, if that is called for, you have to leave. You have to obey the law. They said there was an instance earlier today, and we caught some of it on our air live. There was an instance earlier today where the state did have to deploy less than lethal rounds in order to disperse a dangerous gathering. There were fires being lit, tear gas used, less than lethal rounds deployed. Obviously, we're seeing more and more fires being started at these protests, more than likely because of the sub-zero temperatures. We did have to break out of that press conference with Mayor Fry and Senators Klobuchar and Smith. Those are the two senators who represent Minnesota. Unfortunately, we had to break away from them in progress because Secretary Noem was stepping up to the mic. We had not heard from Noem at all, so we prioritized her. Let's play that event back out. We had cut Senator Klobuchar off, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to rewind. I'm going to bring you back out to Minneapolis This is the second time we've heard from Minneapolis officials today speaking on the developing situation in their city. By the way, I'll also mention that today's shooting happened just over a mile away from where the shooting of Renee Good took place. We've got this vantage point from the sky, and I'm now getting new vantage points plugged in from the ground as well. We had no feeds at all for a good hour or two here. Now we're actually starting to get some of these feeds back. Let's pull the audio up. I want to listen for one moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play out the Minneapolis press conference starting from Amy Klobuchar, because that's where we had to cut it off while it was live. So let's listen in to Senator Klobuchar. Senator Smith is in attendance as well. She does participate in this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put these protest images in boxes on your screen while we listen in to the second update from Minneapolis city officials and senators. Let's listen in.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for your strong leadership during this crisis. I'm joined today by Senator Smith, as well as Representatives McCollum and Morrison, and joining us in a statement are Representatives Craig and Omar. Our message is really clear and straightforward. We need ICE out of Minnesota. They are not making us more safe, as the tragic killing this morning, as people saw it viscerally on that video, shows us they are making us less safe. With 3,000 agents, which of course includes border control, outnumbering the sworn police officers in Minneapolis and St. Paul by 3 to 1, and even larger than the 10 metropolitan police departments, this is completely out of whack, completely out of balance, and now 3 people have been shot, 2 resulting in death. 1, Renee Good, mother of 3, and now Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old Minneapolis man, a citizen, also a nurse. They both have families that love them very much. The city has been under siege, and I want to make something clear. As the mayor and the police chief are doing their job for this city, it's not just the cities, it's not just Minneapolis and St. Paul, as you'll hear from the members of Congress. It is the suburbs where kids have been lured in and abducted. It is small towns all across our state, rural areas. This has gone way beyond some stated purpose of the fraud investigation or apprehending violent offenders. That's not what this is about anymore, when you have 3,000 agents, overwhelming sworn police officers. I took part in that peaceful and powerful march yesterday, all those peaceful people. And then we wake up this morning to this horror. As members of Congress, we are calling on this administration to get ICE out of our towns, off of our streets. It will make us more safe. We, as a congressional group up here, strongly opposed the ICE funding this week. We opposed it this summer when our Republican colleagues tripled the budget, $75 billion. It is now more than the FBI. They reduced the training from 5 months to 47 days. And these are the results. We are also calling for a full and transparent investigation. We have done this before in Minnesota, coordinating with local and state and federal law enforcement. And if they're not going to do it, then they need to get out of the way and allow our very professional Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to conduct an investigation into these killings. And finally, we call on our Republican colleagues to stand with us. I know they know what's going on here, because it's happening in their own districts. We have, of course, these shootings, but it is a lot more than that. They know that something's wrong when a Hmong elder is pulled out of a house in his underwear and slippers and they figure out about an hour later they got the wrong guy, and in fact the guy they were looking for is actually in jail. Or a 2-year-old, a case my office worked on, in addition to hundreds more, who's taken with her dad and then put on a plane to Texas when her mom is desperately trying to get her. We got her back. But none of this should be happening. None of it. So we call on our Republican colleagues to join us, because we have warned this administration. I have personally warned them that there would be more deaths, that more of this would happen. And clearly they're not listening. So we ask people around the country to talk to their Republican representatives to make clear that this is not the America that is ours. This has got to stop. And with that, I turn it over to my colleague, Senator Smith.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today, federal agents beat and then shot multiple times and killed 37-year-old Alex Jeffrey Preddy, a U.S. citizen, a Minneapolis resident, and a VA nurse. Eyewitness video shows once again reckless, violent, and dangerous federal agents taking the life of a Minnesotan. And rather than following standard law enforcement practice, which is focused on public safety and de-escalation, they have killed another person. And the Trump administration has already called Alex Preddy a domestic terrorist. He was a nurse. We send our heartfelt condolences to his family and to his friends. And all Americans should be outraged at this unaccountable, violent federal force which is operating with impunity in our city. And you need to know, America, that if it can happen here, it can happen in your community too. So we gather here to say, first, I want to say to the president, you must stop Operation Metro Surge immediately and send these ICE agents home so our communities can be safe. Second, it is essential that trusted, impartial state investigators at the VCA are allowed to fully investigate what happened here today. Third, I urge my neighbors to express our grief and outrage at this killing and at the federal invasion of our cities peacefully and with the love that we showed yesterday when so many thousands of us showed up in support of our community. And finally, we must have our Republicans in Congress, they must join with us to condemn this violent and unfettered violent abuse of power and to stop it. And they can do that by refusing to fund this agency so long as it continues to kill and terrorize Americans. That is what Senator Klobuchar and I will be working on in the United States Senate. And I just want to close by thanking so much the local law enforcement and fire departments, not only here in Minneapolis, but all across the state that have been doing everything that they could, everything that you can to keep our cities safe. I once worked in City Hall, and I know what it's like, and I am so grateful for their relentless work to keep our communities safe. Representative McCollum.
Well, we have a saying in Congress that we agree and reflect in our remarks those that have spoken before us. So I'm going to take a slightly different tact. You know, today, this morning, Saturday, we lost another life, and it didn't have to be that way. To all the protesters who have been out there peacefully protesting, who have been harmed and injured, it shouldn't be happening to you either. But I want to take a second, as Senator Smith was, just to reflect on the community. St. Paul stands with you, Minneapolis. The East and West Metro, we're united, as well as all Minnesotans. My phones have been ringing off the hook from frustrated members of communities that are asking me to talk to their Republican members of Congress to do something about the escalation of chaos and violence that has been caused by the presence of the Department of Homeland Security. Representative Morrison and I, along with Representative Omar and Craig,
had an opportunity to show with our votes on the House floor just this week how disappointed we are that the president refuses to listen. Oh, well, we're more than disappointed. We are outraged. Part of the bill that was on the floor was to provide more body cameras for ICE. Well, they have them already in the thousands, and they refuse to wear them. So, Secretary Noem, have your officers suit up and put on their body cameras, just like our law enforcement does. To our law enforcement here, we appreciate you, especially those of you who've been working the extra shifts. To the school boards, to the community service volunteers, everybody.
They say they paid for fucking ICE to have
represent you in the United States
body cameras, but they refuse to wear them.
We celebrate 250 years of this
They
United
got 'em.
States of America.
They got them. They said they got them
They're not wearing them.
Benjamin Franklin.
because they choose not to. They don't want the bullshit out there.
Constitutional Convention, and he said it's a republic if you can keep it. Well, we're showing we want to keep it a republic with peaceful protesting. Stay calm, be safe, take care of one another. And when you see a National Guards person out there trying to relieve one of our police officers,
DCR, of course, refuse to wear body cams. Says a lot. Of course, they're trying to cover up the bullshit.
Respect everyone out there trying to keep us safe. And with that, I'd like to welcome up my colleague from the West Metro, Representative Morrison.
Thank you, Representative McCullough. You know, the day after tens of thousands of Minnesotans showed the world how to stand up peacefully against this administration's cruelty, lawlessness, and unacceptable occupation, and demand that ICE leave our state and end this federal invasion, the world is watching yet again as one of Donald Trump's federal agents have shot and killed another United States citizen in broad daylight in the middle of the street. First, we lost Renee Nicole Good, and now Alex Jeffrey Preddy, a 37-year-old man, a Minnesotan, an ICU nurse, a resident looking out for his neighbors as Minnesotans always do. And I do want to pause and offer my deepest sympathy and profound condolences to Mr. Preddy's family and friends. I am so sorry for your unimaginable loss. And we are once again now being asked to deny what we saw with our own eyes. We watched the videos of a masked federal agent shooting Alex in the back multiple times while he was pinned down by more than 6 other masked federal agents. And once again, DHS has come out with a predetermined narrative that contradicts everything we saw with our own eyes. 2 37-year-old Minnesotans are now dead, a poet and a nurse. For what? We cannot lose any more lives. We need a full, transparent, and comprehensive investigation led by our BCA. And ICE and Border Patrol need to halt all operations in the state and leave immediately. And Congress cannot be complicit in facilitating these lethal operations and federal occupation of our cities. We are standing here as a united front today, pleading for our Republican colleagues who control the Congress and who took the same oath to defend the Constitution and uphold the rule of law that we did, to stand up and stop this. Put your state and your country first. Put it ahead of your loyalty to this president. Minnesotans are in agony, watching their communities terrorized and families torn apart. ICE and CBP agents are traumatizing our communities, violating Minnesotans' constitutional rights, unlawfully detaining and arresting United States citizens, racially profiling people, forcing schools, restaurants, and businesses to close. And people are dying at the hands of these federal agents. It has to stop now before anyone else is hurt. And I return it to the mayor. Thank you.
I'll just point out again the difference between tens of thousands of people just yesterday peacefully protesting, standing up for their neighbors, no injuries, no damage to property. That is how Minnesota and Minneapolis shows up versus what we saw again this morning. That is what is causing chaos on our streets. Those actions that we saw on video, and you can believe your own eyes. With that, we'll open it to questions.
Senator Klobuchar, are you willing to use every lever of power at your disposal as the member of the minority party to stop what is happening here, up to and including a government shutdown?
Right now, we are focused on getting ICE out of this state. And of course, we will use every lever that we have. But I do remind people that Donald Trump runs the White House. And sadly, because to date we have not seen the Republican members of Congress standing up, he also seems to run the Congress. But the point here is that there are many changes that we could make. You know, why aren't we helping fund local law enforcement instead of what they did with this bill last summer where they tripled the budget? And why aren't they pledging to have a full investigation of what happened? I have a lot of respect for our local law enforcement here, and I appreciated the words of some of my colleagues who talked about the fact that people have to differentiate here with what they're doing on the front line every single day. So there are many things we could do. Budgets are a value choice. And that's what we're asking our Republican colleagues to do. I work across the aisle all the time. I work with them. And I know that many of them understand that what's going on right now is wrong. And so the way to get to a higher ground, honestly, is to get them to get ICE out of our state right now, to call the president, to speak out as we have been doing day after day after day, and to remember these little kids who are afraid to go to school, and to remember the people who are legal citizens who are wrestled to the ground, yelling, I'm born here, I was born here, and to remember these two that we've lost. And I hope that's something that they all take home and that the people of this country do as they look at how they can get this administration to stop this.
Mayor, can you talk about the legal case that you were pursuing and how this shooting changes your strategy? What is your best case scenario on Monday when you go to court? Yeah. So there's two forms of request that we have been asking for. The first was this temporary restraining order. The other possibility is some form of injunctive relief. Now, I don't want to get too into the details because I'm bound to get something wrong, but the question is one of urgency and immediacy. The issue is that we recently saw somebody shot and badly injured. We then saw somebody shot and killed, and that was the second one. Chief, I think we've only had 3 homicides in the city this year. Is that right? 2 of them, ICE. 3 homicides. 2 of them were from ICE. And so the relief that we're asking for is stopping this Operation Metro Surge in the immediacy. It's preventing this massive influx of agents that is making it very difficult for us to do our jobs in the city as well as we need to do them, and we need to do regular day law enforcement as well. Yes?
They defied a search warrant this morning. Do you think they'll abide by a court order from the federal judge?
They have to abide. So the question is, they defied a search warrant this morning. Will they abide by a court order by a federal judge? Hey, everybody listen to that question. The question is, will this administration abide by a court order? These are the underpinnings of our democracy, of our republic, and of this Constitution. The answer better be yes. Whether you're a Democrat or you're a Republican, you abide by those court orders. The answer has to be yes if you are a patriot for this country. And so, yes, my expectation is that they will abide by the court order because there is not an alternative.
If I could just ask you, and also Senator Klobuchar and the other legislators, the rhetoric today seems back to where it was in the aftermath of Renee Good, if not even higher. Senator Klobuchar, of course, on X, Steve Miller, then President Biden slammed Senator Klobuchar's post. And this is going on. The vitriol is through the roof on social media. Is there any way, or how are you going to come
answer for myself and from the city's perspective, and certainly turn it to Senator Klobuchar. I want everyone to just quickly look at the juxtaposition between the way that Minneapolis is showing up and the way that the federal government is showing up. I want you to look at the difference between the elected leaders and our chief that you've heard talk just before me. They're calling for peace. They're calling for peace notwithstanding this horrific action from the federal government. What are they doing? They're not investigating the person that killed our citizens. They're investigating us. This is political retaliation. This is about a political narrative, and that narrative is making people less safe.
A number of us have spent the last few weeks making our views clear, standing our ground, but also reaching out to this administration, to Republican leaders, to try to get them to understand how dangerous this is, how unsafe this is. I met with chiefs from across the metropolitan area. Chief O'Hara was on this call, and they have been reaching out, some of them publicly, some of them behind closed doors. The business community has been reaching out. I have been personally reaching out to the president's chief of staff and spoken with her. We have done this day after day after day, so we're not just shutting out any discussions, but we've been explaining to them, and I know the governor has, how dangerous this situation is. And I specifically told people that someone else was going to die. I said this a few days ago. I said it might be by a car, it might be by some other way. And it just seems like you hope that they're going to de-escalate, and then they keep escalating it up. Right now, I hope they're listening, and I mostly hope that our Republican colleagues are listening and that they will step in, even if it's behind closed doors. If they will make those calls and say, we've got to end this now, and we've got to bring those people out of Minnesota and let our local law enforcement do our jobs. And I'll let some of my colleagues answer this.
Well, I'll just say that I completely agree with the mayor and the senator, but I mean, it is my obligation as a United States senator to speak about what I think is happening in my state and to define it for what I think it is. That is my job. And one thing I have learned about this president is that he does not respond to appeasement. He is a bully. He does not respond to people who appease him. He responds much better to strength than he does to weakness. And I think what we have seen in this state, I am so proud of it. We have seen a combination of strength and peacefulness that really says who we are. And I believe that that is our best path forward for trying to convince this administration that the path that they are on is dangerous to public safety, and it is a losing path that they must abandon.
Minnesotans were just wondering when this is going to be over. I think a lot of people are feeling very tired and are just wondering when this is going to end. What's your message to your constituents?
It will be over when we speak as one voice, as one Minnesota, as everybody has been out in the streets. You know, ICE was here in June, and there wasn't any problem. We weren't happy about it. There were people who we were concerned about the way that deportations and arrests were happening. We were worried. But we handled it in a peaceful way. The escalation now is not because Minnesota changed. It is because this White House and Stephen Miller have decided to change their tactics here.
What do you think?
It will end when our colleagues who are hearing from their constituents, because they are reaching out to me and others, listen to their constituents and stand with their constituents and not stand with a White House that is not following the Constitution, breaking our laws, and not living up to the values of this country. That's when it will end.
What do you think the end game is for Donald Trump? What is he hoping to accomplish with this? Anybody out there?
I don't think anybody knows.
I don't think it is.
Look, I do not pretend to know what Donald Trump is thinking. I do know what they're saying publicly. And on the one hand, they're talking about this being an action that is required for safety, and it is doing exactly the opposite. It is creating danger in our state. Again, if this were about safety, there would be many, many options. Our governor has stated, I have stated, we are very much willing. In fact, we have been working with them to apprehend violent offenders, to prosecute these cases, to get criminals off of the streets. That is not what we are talking about right now. What they are also saying is that this is simply political retaliation. They are saying this is political retribution, and it's focused here on a blue city in a blue state. That's not how America works. Other countries function that way. We don't. And so no matter your background or your ideology, this should be of deep concern for you no matter what town you're in America, because your town could be next. Your liberties, your freedoms could be sacrificed because of what this administration is doing.
Thank you. I know our end game, and our end game is to keep Minnesota safe. And so we are asking that ICE get off of our streets and out of our state. Thank you.
Thanks, Ross. Yep, the whole process is to communications@minneapolismn.gov. Communications@minneapolismn.gov. Get it.
Mayor Fry, Senators Klobuchar and Smith, and other elected leaders speaking earlier today. This is a live vantage point of this massive demonstration in Minneapolis. Feels like temperature, -12 in the Twin Cities tonight. As demonstrators gathering after pleas from city and state officials to remain peaceful. A lot to discuss with retired Marine Intelligence Officer, National Security Analyst, and host of the Strat Podcast, Hal Kemper. He's here with me. Hal, we've been through this earlier this month. A shooting in Minneapolis, and then tense protests afterward. One thing I want to focus on with you, though, to begin, is Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem stepping up to the podium earlier today, making some remarks, speaking to reporters about today's shooting. She was asked about a number of things. One stuck out to me, though. She was asked about, will President Trump use the Insurrection Act? She didn't exactly answer the question straightforward. I'm curious if you noticed anything in Noem's response, and in general, Hal, explain to us what we need to know about why that question is even being asked during these times.
Well, also, that's a huge question. President Trump has mentioned last week before, he talked about the possibility of the Insurrection Act. This morning, he basically used terminology, what the governor of Minnesota were saying, what the mayor of Minneapolis were saying, was, quote, inciting an insurrection, unquote, that exact term. So the Insurrection Act becomes very important. Now, with that said, Kristi Noem, as the Secretary of DHS, really doesn't have a say exactly in whether, certainly her counsel could be sought, but that is a presidential decision. That is not a DHS decision. So her office would be included, certainly, in whatever discussion is happening there. Obviously, because there's so many federal law enforcement that are under DHS jurisdiction doing operations there, and that's the purpose for, if they were to incite or to invoke the Insurrection Act, that would be obviously tied to the DHS mission, the ICE mission, the federal immigration enforcement mission that's going on there. So obviously it's something she'd be involved with, but it is not her place to say one way or the other. And certainly as a cabinet official, you don't want to get ahead of the president. I don't know if the president's going to decide to do that tonight. I don't know if, or tonight or today. I don't know if he's going to do it tomorrow. I don't know if he's going to do it at some point during the week. I don't know if he's going to do it, period. He may, he brought this up earlier and then he, held off actually invoking it. He may be observing the situation and trying to figure out, is this an actual insurrection? I will tell you right now that some of the terms, some of the language that was used by Governor Walz and certainly by Mayor Frey of Minneapolis would certainly be language that they could cite if they were to invoke the Insurrection Act. So what does that mean? All right, under federal law, if the president was to send federal troops, say into Minneapolis, that they are under what's called posse comitatus. That law prohibits federal troops, federal military from doing law enforcement functions. That's something that's come up last spring and throughout the summer and through the fall of last year, in fact, throughout all of last year, when troops were being deployed or trying to be deployed to Portland, Los Angeles, Chicago, Washington, D.C., a little bit different D.C. because it's a federal district, Memphis, all of that stuff, a lot of stuff focused on the posse comitatus, because federal troops can't do law enforcement functions unless there's something that supersedes that. What supersedes it is the Insurrection Act. It's been around since the beginning of the Republic. I think the first time it was ever cited was the Whiskey Rebellion. That was back in the early 19th century. So it goes back a very, very long time. But if he was to do that, then federal troops could. Who would that be? Possibly a brigade from 11th Airborne Division coming out of Alaska. That's who they've somewhat indicated that they are always federal law enforcement function. And then the other one would be potentially federalizing the Minnesota National Guard, which is interesting because Governor Walz has talked about, mobilizing and deploying the National Guard to do a state mission assisting state and local law enforcement using state authority, state active duty. The president could, under law, if he so choose to, he could actually invoke the Insurrection Act and basically, invoke the Insurrection Act, but also federalize the Minnesota National Guard troops, and he could actually have the use of them as well. And that would take away the Minnesota National Guard from being an asset from Governor Walz.
I've been looking at Mayor Fry's social media account. He has been sending out messages about requesting the National Guard. I'll read a little bit of this verbatim. He says, quote, "I've formally requested National Guard assistance to support our 600 Minneapolis police officers. I've been clear for weeks. The situation is unsustainable. Our community is tired. Our officers are tired. Our businesses are tired. Our top priority is safety, and this will help," he says. Al, I know we have to go a little shorter with you today. I want to make sure I play this video. This is the video we have of the shooting itself. I just would love your take. You've seen it. I know you've had some time to digest it. Your takeaways, your observations.
Well, my takeaway, first off, as you see, they take both of the individuals down, and then they're trying to subdue them. Obviously, with the one individual, Alex Preddy, he had a weapon. He had a Sig Sauer pistol, from what I understand. There were two magazines. One was loaded in the weapon. The other magazine was reportedly a high-capacity magazine. Depending on which type of Sig Sauer pistol that is, there are magazines out there where he can carry in one magazine 20 rounds. There's even a one where they can carry 30 rounds that could fit into a magazine well. And Kristi Noem, the DHS secretary, referenced that he had dozens of rounds. Dozens of rounds means multiple, which tells me that whatever pistol he had, he probably had somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 to 40 rounds at his disposal. That's a lot more rounds than one would normally expect of someone who, if they were carrying a pistol for personal self-defense. That's the sort of ammunition that someone would carry if it was a duty weapon. That's the sort of thing, for example, the federal law enforcement carry would be a magazine, with a weapon with a magazine and maybe a couple of extra magazines on the side. That would be something they would carry. Why? Because law enforcement are always ready for the possibility of a gunfight. You just never know when it's going to happen. That's just the nature of the law enforcement mission. And this guy came out there with what appears to have been a lot of ammunition. Now, does that mean that he was going to get into a gunfight with them? Or does it mean that he just used really bad judgment? One thing you do see here is you see him breaks into the scrum on the ground. It is tough to tell from this vantage point. It was tough to tell from the vantage point across the street as well. What exactly is happening there? Did he go for his weapon? And you have to remember when things are, the stated purpose of why they had stopped them or what they were doing with him was to disarm him. If he reached down for that weapon, if he was trying to get that weapon, that changes the entire encounter. At that point, once he's going for a weapon or once he's going to use deadly force or shows the intent to use deadly force, has the means to use deadly force, at that point, the threat assessment of the officers, the CBP officers or the ICE officers changes, and they would probably, at least one or more of them would immediately assess that there was a chance for, of deadly force where they could end up on the wrong end of that gunfight, and they would immediately be fighting for their lives as well. It ceases to be a non, it ceases to be just enforcement action. It starts to become something where the officers could see a threat to themselves or others because this guy has means. He's definitely resisting, which is indicative of intent not to comply. And that would shift it. So I just bring that out there. Again, I don't know. I'm not in the scrum. Have I done training with this where someone, when you're trying to, search somebody or something like that and they pull a weapon on you? Yeah, that's happened. Have I ever had a situation where someone tried to pull a weapon on me and I had to stop them from doing that in the real world? Yeah, that's happened too. And I will tell you, those things are close in, they're personal, and your brain starts kicking in really fast. There's a lot of things that are going, and believe me, the adrenaline is pumping very, very quickly when those things are happening. So again, I don't know. I don't want to second guess him, but certainly if he showed up with a weapon and he had a large capacity magazine full of rounds, that would immediately go into my threat assessment if I was one of those officers there.
Al Kemper is the host of the Strat Podcast. You can listen to Strat anywhere podcasts are available. Thanks, Al.
All right. Thank you, Austin.
All right. What we're going to do next, just getting this in from our partner station, Fox 9 in Minneapolis. Station interviewing the former commissioner of CBP. This is a short little piece of tape here. Let's play this out. On the other side, we're going to be joined by more experts and analysts.
The Border Patrol is called the Border Patrol because they work on the border. They work in rural, rugged environments, oftentimes without backup. The Border Patrol is called the Border Patrol because they work on the border. They work in rural, rugged environments, oftentimes without backup. So this isn't the kind of being parachuted into a city like Los Angeles or Portland or Minneapolis or Chicago, where they have the skill set or the experience or the training. And that's been stated time and time again, including in an Inspector General's report.
So if they don't have that type of tailored training, should they be deployed into these communities?
No, not at all. There are ways that ICE has actually made immigration arrests. They've deported people, etc. But ICE has been supplanted by putting the Border Patrol in front. And the Border Patrol is clearly the wrong kind of unit to put in an urban environment.
In your view of what you've seen in Minneapolis so far, are DHS agents, including CBP and ICE, are they following their own policies in this execution of their mission?
Well, the first policy for DHS and also for Customs and Border Protection said that you should de-escalate, these situations that could lead to force. So I don't think we've seen any evidence whatsoever in any of these cities, including Minneapolis, where they've attempted to de-escalate the situation. People should be given a warning time and time again. And the judges have listened to the declarations, they've listened to the testimony, they've reviewed the videos. Judge after judge has come to this conclusion that these operations are clearly outside the normal practice of any law enforcement agency.
We've seen in Chicago, for example, there are discrepancies between officials.
You have to be very judicious judicious in your remarks. And you have to say that here's what we know right now. This could change as the investigation progresses, and we're going to do a thorough and complete investigation.
Yeah, it sounds like the audio is a little bit tough to hear there. We apologize for that. Let's go back out to our live vantage point of the protests. Getting darker and darker. It's going to be pretty tough to see exactly what's going on out there. In
Yeah.
good time. It looks like Fox 29.
How many people are popping in and popping out?
Fox 9.
Popping in, popping out real quick.
Is
At one point, hell,
on top of this.
some people still been there since I started.
Images that come of these protests, whether from the
What,
sky
60
or
bucks, you think?
on the ground. We don't have any images on the ground right now. One thing I do know for sure, though, is we need to continue to discuss law enforcement reaction, some of what we've been hearing from experts and analysts. I do want to bring in Jeffrey Halstead. Jeffrey is the, I just want to make sure everybody knows that Jeffrey is the former police chief for Fort Worth. He's also a spokesman for Genesis. Usually I have time to check in with you before we hit the air here, Jeffrey. I want to make sure that we're connected. Can you hear me?
Good evening. Yes, Austin. It's good to be with you tonight, and I hope you guys are staying safe.
You know, we've had a busy evening here, and I mean, gosh, it was just earlier this month. You and I were covering the aftermath of the Renee Good shooting, and now our chopper is above a massive demonstration in Minneapolis in reaction to today's shooting.
Oh shit! Sorry, y'all.
Question that I just asked Hal Kemper moments ago.
My bad.
You've seen the video that we've all seen. Your takeaways, and really, does anything about the tactics used here stand out to you?
A couple of things. I'm glad you phrased your question that way because it's really important for the viewers and a lot of the residents of Minneapolis to understand this. One thing for sure is what they were actually doing were being deployed in small team tactics. This is very common. This is the manner in which you approach in a fairly potential violent situation. Sometimes it is 4, 5, or 6 officers to 1 or 2 citizens because we're trying to establish what they're doing. So that is very common. A lot of people think it's too many officers. It is not. This is the way they're trained. What is questionable is what were the reasons or the predication for the investigatory stop? That's critical during the preliminary phase of this investigation. Was it obstructing the vehicle? Was it trespassing? Was it threatening remarks? We don't know yet. But what
Shout out to Casey. Casey, you've been in the chat room since I started, man. Appreciate the love. You keeping up the chat room. You keep the chat room rowdy, ain't you, Casey? Casey?
They do not have stable footing. They are really having a challenge getting an aggressive stance to have control over different parts of the body. And when you have that, you're trained tactics.
Nah, Vanilla, I didn't forget I was streaming. I was just checking you guys out. Enjoying the interaction between you guys.
Because of the weather conditions they're facing. So that was one of the things that stood out to me. But then what is absolutely critical is going to be every single.
Damn, I saw you dropping your address in there, man. You bold dropping your address in there. It ain't that serious, bro.
From all the citizens on the sidewalks and other perimeter areas. Those are absolutely key because in this conflict, you hear the word and one of the officers yells gun. That's very common when a gun is either seen, perceived, and or felt or displayed, and then there's the volley shots. And it is literally a quarter of a second later. It's essential to get that video to find out what was the threat command before a gun was either displayed or observed, and then the reactions afterwards.
Let's go live to
Look,
Skybox
we pushed him.
Demonstration in Minneapolis. Jeffrey, we are going to, I'll just, kind of do the eye test here. It looks like this demonstration.
All right, man. Just chill out. It ain't that serious, man. Don't let these folks get you all riled up.
The temperature gets colder. We're actually seeing more people attend this demonstration. What are the priorities of police as they manage this group tonight? We heard from their police chief that
I thought you dropped your address. My bad.
Remains peaceful. What are the top tactics that are going to get that done?
Well, this is absolutely amazing. For those of us that don't live in these types of temperatures or climate, I mean, to have this size of a crowd and those weather conditions, it just shows.
Dark Angel, you want out of here? Well, go on, get up out of here then.
Borderline outrage of the
Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button before you get up out of here.
Here's the challenge. The majority of them are getting a lot of their information from social media, and some of that is greatly exaggerated or just completely false. However, the police chief was 100% right. The goal of law enforcement, and that includes all of law enforcement, city, county, state, and federal, de-escalation. But when you have a crowd of this size, how are you communicating with them? They don't have, I have seen no videos of long-range acoustic devices, which our company specializes in. We are the global leader in that. And without clear lines of communication and safety notifications, it's very challenging to bring a de-escalation environment in to a potentially rising and agitated state of residents and activists. That is an initial challenge they're going to have to address very quickly. But the chief was right. That is the goal, de-escalation. Connecting with various aspects of these protest groups is going to bring calm, and it's going to bring a more safety environment. But the next 24 hours is going to be absolutely critical because many are getting very outraged over what's happened in the last 2 weeks.
The timing of this, a Saturday, and really, Saturday nights are prime protest time. You would consider it that.
Saturday night's prime protest time.
Typically, do we see more people taking to the streets given, well, it's 5:45 Central Time right now, and if you don't have work tomorrow, it's very possible this thing, despite the temperatures, could last late into the night.
JRERO 408. I like your stance. You got a good point of view.
The majority of the people out there are really just they're marching, they're protesting, and they're working with law enforcement. They're peaceful, but then you're going to have that small 5 to 10%. They are ready for conflict. They're ready for agitation, and they're ready for an extremely violent incident. And we've seen in years past, and we saw this after many global protests, and I'm not talking just America, around the world, when these anarchists and others are brought in, bussed in.
6 figures. So you believe this was murder?
And now they have time this weekend.
You believe this was unjustified killing?
Let's hope that's
6 figures.
Minneapolis is struggling. These great residents and the good people that are just out there to try to voice and support, they don't want a problem.
If this was a justified unaliving, 1. If no, press 2.
Protesting citizens, and they work well with us in law enforcement. But this small group of outsiders can raise them.
If it was justified, put a 1 in the chat line. If 2,
I can't help but notice we have a car fire. Skybox has just panned over to this. Unclear if this is related to the protest activity. This could just be a simple traffic incident. We won't come to any conclusions, but it does appear Skybox happening to be above a car fire at the same time that we're seeing this massive demonstration in Minneapolis.
is this shooting justified? Press 1.
Let's discuss a little bit of what Chief O'Hara said earlier today at the press conference. He said he plans to maintain order in the city. He says they're focusing on de-escalation for the rest of the night. He says the situation, at least when he was giving the update, and from everything that we can tell, he says the situation is peaceful right now. And the state did earlier today have to deploy less than lethal rounds in order to disperse a dangerous gathering. When an unlawful assembly is called for, Jeffrey, what advice do you have for anybody that's in the demonstration or even near the demonstration?
The announcement of unlawful assembly, there's a couple of aspects. So let me clean this up for our viewers. The declaration of unlawful assembly is the threat potential, the intelligence, and the violence capacity is rising to the level that it's not safe for the calm residents to march, and it's also not safe for the frontline officers. So that's when they declare this unlawful assembly. When that is given, I don't know the manner in which it's given, but usually it is done over like a police PA. Sometimes it's garbled or distorted. It's not clean and clear. But they do have line-level officers going in the crowds and explaining to everyone what they need to do. When the unlawful assembly is given, it's time to leave the area, to get back home and stay safe because... But
I just wanted to make sure we didn't have any audio interruptions there. I did not mean to cut you off there, Jeffrey. Go ahead.
No problem. Yeah, I was just going to say that when those announcements are given, it's going to escalate. There is going to be tear gas deployed, pepper spray, as well as other instruments that are used to maintain civility and keep those frontline officers safe. So that's absolutely critical. If you hear the unlawful assembly, or this has been perceived as a riotous environment, it's time to go back home and stay safe.
Jeffrey Halstead joining us. Jeffrey is the spokesman for Genesis. He's also the former police chief for Fort Worth. We appreciate you coming on. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Stay safe.
Okay, looks like Skyfox is flying away from the protest. Perhaps time to refuel. We'll let you know as soon as we get eyes back on the protest. Here at Live Now, let's take a brief commercial break. On the other side, we've been hearing from city and state leaders all day today. It's been a while since we've heard from Governor Walz, so let's take a quick commercial break. We're going to hear from both Governor Walz. We'll also hear from CBP. They gave an update earlier today. We'll play those out in a moment.
All right, hold on.
Shout out to Storm the Pit Bull. Anyone? He said anyone else think Civil War? Of course we're in a Civil War right now. Of course, this is a Civil War that everybody's been talking about that we're going to be into. This is the Civil War.
That's not here, I don't think.
The revolution will be televised. They said that, and I'll be damned it is.
Vigil, our viewer T. Conga said there's a vigil going on, maybe? Hang on a second here. Yeah, I'm not going to play that right now, but there doesn't.
That's what I want to see. I want to see some rioting going on. They're throwing the canisters back at their ass. Shout out to Alberta, Canada. Appreciate the love. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. Appreciate it.
We don't do flashy ads. We just make taxes affordable. File with Randy our tax.
Right now, we're gonna show some love to this guy who died, man. At his this is live right here at his memorial. Rest in peace, Alex. Let's put some praying hands in the chat for Alex, y'all. So show some love and respect, at least to this guy for 1 minute, man. I mean, this guy died, y'all. So show some respect, y'all. Let's put some angel wings in the chat. That's where that's where old boy got killed at. That's the location. Well, guys, we're about to wrap up this live, man. I want to send a special shout out to everybody who's been checking out that, man. Shout out to Casey. Uh, shout out to everybody who's been in the live. Shout out to Storm. Shout out to Six Figures, Melanie, Tony, Karen Smith, 1,000 per minute. Man, got a lot of love shown in this 4-hour live stream, man. I want to send my thoughts and prayers out to the city of Minneapolis, Minnesota, uh, to the family of the man who was unalive today. Uh, man, I wish he didn't go out like that, but it is what it is. Man, just a sad situation, y'all. That's all I got for y'all, man. I appreciate you guys for the ones who sent the 68 likes and the subscribers, man. We had 26 in the building. I think the most that we had got up to was like 121. Right now, man, I got over 19,000 views on this one video right here, man. I appreciate the love. I'm out, y'all. Peace. I'll be back soon. Make sure y'all check for the Neighborhood Superstar Podcast. I'm out. And hey, Casey, don't worry about what these fools say, man. Don't send out your address. I'm out, y'all. Make it. Peace.